Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and we are here with an excellent episode, inshallah, that I think many of you will enjoy. And it's about a very important topic. You have a question about Islam. You have some issue that you're trying to address. So you go to the good old Google and you put in your search query. You know, what do I have to pay zakat on, for example? Or do I have to wear hijab in front of my cousin? Is my marriage valid if my husband leaves Islam? All these kinds of questions that you might have. And then these fatwa sites come in the search results, and you click on the top result and it gives you an answer. This is a very common scenario, increasingly common because it's so accessible. It's very easy to get an answer and from a seemingly authoritative source. You go to the site, you open it, and it says Sheikh this, Mufti that, Ustadh, Ustadha, and they have all the trappings of a traditional scholar. And then you get your answer, and then you act on it because you're an innocent person. Maybe you're a little bit naive, and you think that that is what Islam teaches. So this is something that is very significant for us to understand this dynamic, because this can be a way for powers that be to manipulate the Muslim community. What if you were able to push a liberalized Islam or a secularized Islam through these fatwa sites? And what would that, how would that affect the Muslim community? So we're going to actually look at one of these sites. We're going to look at the history of how fatwa has been used as a tool of liberalization, inshallah. And I'm going to be looking at the chat. So if you have comments, if you have thoughts, please share them in the chat. And also I'll be looking at super chats as always. So if you want to prioritize your comment, you can put a dollar amount to it. That helps the channel. That helps the stream, and it obviously helps the work that we do here at Haqiqatjou and MuslimSkeptic. And as always, before we get into the show, let me remind you to subscribe to our newsletter. The newsletter is linked in the description below, and that really helps us stay in touch with you. If for some reason the channel is taken down, it's banned, you know, maybe one of these fatwa sites has connections with Google and they want to have this channel banned because of this episode, well, how are we going to get in touch with you in the future? We can do that if we have your email, if you subscribe to the newsletter. And very soon, inshallah, we're going to start putting out PDFs of ebooks, you know, very significant ebooks, inshallah, that you will get as a perk for signing up for the newsletter. So keep that on your radar. I'll announce it when it happens, inshallah. And obviously subscribe to the channel, the YouTube channel. That's always beneficial for us as well. 40% of you aren't even subscribed to the channel. So go ahead and do that, inshallah. And like the video. Okay, so we are going to talk about this issue of fatwa sites. What is the significance of the fatwa sites? From the beginning of the colonial period, you had the colonial powers like the British and the French, to a certain extent the Dutch, who recognized that if we want to modernize Islam, if we want to reform Islam, we want to liberalize Islam, we want to secularize the ummah, the scholar plays a pivotal role, the Islamic scholar. If we can get our reforms to come out of the mouth of a scholar, an imam, a sheikh, a mufti, then the Muslim masses are going to be that much more likely to accept it. If I, as the colonizer or a colonial administrator, say, hey, Muslim women, you don't have to wear hijab, or hey, Muslim men, you don't have to fight jihad, no one's going to take me seriously. Muslims aren't going to accept that. But if a mufti says it, if the respected Sheikh al-Azhar says it, of Azhar University says it, that's going to carry a lot more weight. It's going to convince a lot more people. Therefore, we need to control these imams and these shuyukh and these scholars. We need to control the madrasas. Obviously, that goes without saying. We need to control all of these Islamic religious institutions. And that's what they did. That's what they did. And it's a interesting history that Muslims need to understand, like how the religion can be hijacked, has been attempted to be hijacked within the past 200, 250 years. Another important tool within this same domain is controlling or creating fatwa institutions like a Darul Ifta, which issues fatwas en masse. You know, it's like a fatwa factory, basically. And that, if you control that, then you can control the fatawa that come out of the that institution or are distributed to the entire country. Now, at this point, you might be asking, what is a fatwa even? Like, maybe you don't even know what a fatwa is. I should clarify that. The fatwa is like a, you can translate it as a jurist response. This is a specific question that you'll ask, or that is asked of a scholar, and the scholar will give you a response based on the question that you ask. So there are certain usul that go into place, certain qawaid, certain principles, certain fundamentals that go into properly issuing a response, a fatwa. And you should also distinguish between what's a fatwa and what is a hukm, or what are fatawa and what are ahkam. A hukm is, for example, alcohol is prohibited, khamar is haram, for example. That's a hukm. That is an established ruling. You can translate hukm as a ruling. But what if you have like a certain drink and it's like this new type of energy drink, and you look at the ingredients and it says it has, 10% alcohol? Is that energy drink halal for you to drink or not? For that, you can't really open the Quran and read about that energy drink. You can't read a hadith, a statement of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There's nothing that is addressing that specific brand of energy drink. So you ask a scholar, a mufti, about it, and then he, with his knowledge of the Quran and the Sunnah and also ijma and his ability to do qiyas, he will give you a response and give you an answer whether that drink is permissible or not. And that comes with a lot of different contextual factors, but he's clarifying what the Sharia is, and the Sharia is the law that Allah has legislated, the law. He will clarify that in the context or in response to a specific question regarding a specific issue. That is what a fatwa is. And sometimes the fatwa can be more generic. Maybe a fatwa can just be clarifying what the ruling is in Islam. Maybe someone is not really familiar with details. Maybe they're a brand new Muslim. They ask the mufti, well, can I drink alcohol? Then the fatwa is just essentially the ruling. No, this is haram. This is impermissible. But in a nutshell, that's what a fatwa is. If you bring in individuals who are liberal or secularized or feminists, or they are under the payroll of a colonial power, they have their allegiance to colonial powers or government agencies, then you can manipulate the country, the Muslims who are asking questions. They need fatwa, they need these responses, they need these answers. You can manipulate an entire Muslim population. And this started in Egypt in about 1895. You had Darul Ifta open, and you had basically these liberalized imams, or imams that are, or muftis that have their allegiance to the colonial power or the colonial vision of Islam, a secularized Islam, giving their fatwa and issuing that for the entire country of Egypt. And of course, Darul Ifta in Egypt, it has an impact on the entirety of the Muslim world, not just Egypt. So a book that you can read regarding this is Defining Islam for the Egyptian State. by Jacob Skovgaard Peterson. So this is a book that goes into the historical details of this, but he says, how the colonial powers attempted to manipulate this institution and the institution of fatwa in order to manipulate the population, the Muslims, and manipulate Islam for the purpose of colonialism. So this is something that you can read. So this is a very significant topic because even though this was in the 1890s, you have Dar al-Ifta today in Egypt. You have other fatwa institutions. You have fatwa boards. And now with the internet, you have online fatwa sites. And they are the ones that have arguably the most impact because people are using Google. Muslims are using Google in large numbers. And they are searching for answers to their questions. Who is really controlling these fatwa sites? And do they have any kind of ideological allegiance or leanings or biases that will have them issue fatwa that are pushing secularism or feminism or liberalism or LGBT or any of these things? That's what we're going to look at with one particular site in mind because it happens to be the worst offender. The worst offender. So let's get started. Someone needs to be banned. Let's ban this individual. There. Okay. Trolls in the chat. Let's see. Anyway. Okay, now if you go to some online tools, they will tell you the monthly traffic of different sites. So here, if we look at Similar Web, it's like a web traffic tool. You can see IslamWeb.net gets about 35 million visits per month. That's huge. You have IslamQA.info at 16.8 million. Second place. Then you have much below that IslamQA.org at 2 million. You have Seeker's Guidance at 1 million. And then you have ShafiFiqh.com at 509 visits. So it's way below. So these are basically the top four. These are the top players. IslamWeb, IslamQA, IslamQA.org. These are two very different sites, by the way, even though they have the same root domain or name, IslamQA, but one's .info, one's .org, and then you have Seeker's Guidance. And some of you thought that I'm going to be blasting IslamQA.info today as a fatwa site, and the answer is no. You know, IslamQA, I think, is generally reliable. The .info one, not the .org one, for reasons that I'll explain. .info is generally reliable. And do I agree with everything on IslamQA.info? No. But I, very rarely find anything that I think, is this really the best? Or is this really correct? They have a lot of quality information as well. And, you can, again, no one's going to be perfect, but I can recommend soundly IslamQA.info. May Allah bless whoever is managing the site, all of the volunteers or workers that they have. And this is the site of Sheikh Saleh al-Munajjid, mashallah, who is an amazing scholar based on Saudi, and he's been arrested. He's been arrested and put in prison by the Saudi authorities. Why? Partly because of this site. Partly because he has a site that is so influential, mashallah, reaching Muslims around the world and is teaching correct Islam And he refuses to liberalize. He refuses to secularize. He refuses to bend the knee to feminists and simps and soy. So he's in jail. So may Allah release him and protect him and preserve him. But IslamQA.info, highly recommended. IslamWeb.net, I have less experience, but generally they tend to have quality answers. Generally speaking. I just have more experience with IslamQA.info. Islam Web, mostly Arabic. I don't know if their translation in English is good, but their Arabic answers are generally good. It's also a great source for research. You can find, if you're doing research as opposed to just getting basic answers, then IslamWeb.net is very good. And they will, between Islam Web and Islam QA, you can get a pretty good lay of the land for any particular topic in generality. And they'll give references that you can then research more deeply. So it's a very good research tool. These are research tools for those who are going to be doing more serious analysis, like students of knowledge, for example, طلاب العلم. But they're also good if you have a general question, you can go. The best solution, of course, if you have questions, is to go to a reliable, trusted scholar that you know in your locality. And if you don't have that kind of access, you can always rely on one of these reliable sites. Now, what's not reliable, and what we're going to be talking about as the worst fatwa site ever, is Seeker's Guidance. Seeker's Guidance is atrocious in some of their responses, in some of their answers. And I'm not going to say or claim that everything that is on Seeker's Guidance is wrong. No, they have good answers, they have good responses. But the things that are wrong are egregiously wrong. Like, you don't know where they're coming from, or it's just like very clearly reformism. Like, it's very clearly reformism. And, you viewers and watchers of Haqiqatjou know about reformism. We had the previous episode dedicated to this issue of reformism, and we went in depth on wasatiyah, and we went in depth on maslaha reasoning, how this idea of maslaha mursala, or this idea of public good, can abrogate all of the sharia, can nullify all of the sharia if you just determine your rulings or your fatwa on the basis of, what's going to bring the most benefit to people and what is going to bring the least harm. If this is your attitude, you can basically nullify all of the sharia. And so I'm not going to rehash all of that argumentation, but we'll see examples of this when we go into the fatwa of Seeker's Guidance and the answers that they're giving to a lot of these questions. So we're going to go and look at the most egregious example. So we don't have the time to go through, because they have 20,000 answers, they claim. 20,000 fatwa, basically. Fatawa. No one can read all of that, at least not unless they dedicate years. But we can look at the most egregious examples. These are not even all the bad examples, but these are the most egregious. I had to be selective in the ones that I want to highlight. But there's more. There's more. And people are generally, like, different ulama are aware of the problems with Seeker's Guidance, but few have come out and actually blasted them or warned Muslims in generality that this is a problem site. This is especially on specific topics that are sensitive when it comes to liberalism, they cannot be trusted, they cannot be relied upon. And as we go through, you'll see why they can't be relied upon. Okay, so before we get started, let's look at some of the super chats, inshallah. Let's see. Everyone, I assume the sound is good, okay? Right? If the sound is a problem, just put, or if the sound is good, put a 1 in the chat. Just want to make sure while I pull up the super chats. By the way, I got a haircut. just earlier today. Barbara, as usual, did a great job, mashallah. Let's see. Okay. Please address this guy, Dr. Man Al-Quda of Amja. He spoke at my local mosque and after some beautified words justified riba. The Q&A ripped him apart. Okay, I don't know. But I mean, Amja, that's the thing. So some of these Amja affiliates are highly questionable. Some are good, others are highly questionable. We already talked about Hatim al-Hajj of Amja, who is openly promoting reform of Islamic family law, amongst other things. And so I'm not surprised if this Mattson, Sheikh Mattson, is also in the same boat. But I can't speak to him justifying riba. That would be shocking. But we'll look into it. Asadullah, Jazakallah khair for your super chat. Again, thank you, Asadullah. Here's a thing. Jazakallah khair, brother. He says, may Allah reward you for everything you do for the Ummah. Real gem. I really cannot put into words how much MuslimSkeptic has positively impacted my life. Jazakallah khairan wa iyyakum. Thank you, brother. That's very generous of you. And I pray that Allah accepts. And please make dua for us. Okay. I always thought Sheikh Faraz Rabbani is cooperating with classical ulama in Syria and Turkey. I know they learned in Syria and ulama like Sheikh al-Bizm. Yeah, we're going to see. We're going to see if the fatwa on his site. So Faraz Rabbani is the founder and the director of Seeker's Guidance, this fatwa site. And he's knowledgeable. He's studied very in depth, and you can't question that he's a knowledgeable alim. But you have to question, like, what are these fatwa? Like, what these are, like, shockingly bad. And other shuyukh and other ulama will say as much, and they will also acknowledge that this has disastrous consequences for the million readers per month that are coming to his site. So, and we also should ask, like, that's the thing with any of these kind of reform-minded scholars or imams or shuyukh, if you want to call them reformists, or simp imams, compassionate imams. Yeah, they can have the training. They can have the training from overseas, and they can have the degrees, they can have the ijazah. But do their teachers approve of what they're teaching or the fatwa that they're giving? Or have they gone far astray of what they have been taught? And sometimes there's a language barrier because they're teaching and preaching in English and the fatwa site is in English, but their teachers don't read English and don't even know English necessarily. And so they're kind of in the dark about what their students are doing. So you can have a student that goes far, far astray. And that's what has happened, like, from the beginning of the colonial period. When you go as a colonial power and you try to corrupt and co-opt so-and-so imam, yeah, that imam, you're looking for the imams, by the way, that have the highest credentials, that have studied in Syria and have gone to the best institutions and have the best SNE, like the best chains of transmission, or the shortest or the best, and they have that caliber. Those are the first people that you target. You target them and you incentivize them, and there's different ways to do this, obviously. It's not always like, oh, here's a check. Here's a check from, President Trump or President Obama or the, Lord Cromer of colonial Egypt. Here's a check, Sheikh. That's not always how influence is bought. Sometimes it's bought with positions, like you get certain positions if you have the right kinds of views, or you get access to these kinds of institutions or TV shows. Your programs are broadcast, or you get travel permissions to go, like visas to go to wherever you want to go. Whereas if you don't have the right views, you get blocked and you get banned. Like me, for example. Certain countries will not grant a visa, for example, because of what? Because I don't have the right views on feminism or liberal democracy. So we're going to talk about what Sheikh Faraz says and approves of in just a moment. Okay, so So if you leave super chats, I will get to them. I'll pause periodically to look at your super chats, inshallah. Let's go back to this screen. Okay. Another thing that I want you to keep in mind, even though we won't go into detail on this, is RAND. So you might be familiar with RAND report, or you might be familiar with RAND is a think tank that is the official policy institute of the United States military. And RAND has had this strategy for decades on how to secularize the Muslim world, how to liberalize Muslims. We'll have a episode, inshallah, going into more depth on RAND. But the thing about RAND is it's a big topic. We can't cover it in one episode. So I'll present different things here and there. But one of their main reports is Civil Democratic Islam. You can download it off of their website. It's free. You can download the PDF. And they give a strategy for how the U.S., in terms of military, in terms of diplomacy, in terms of foreign policy, can liberalize the Muslim world and take Muslims from the radicalism of traditional Islam to secular democracy. And they have a chart that you can look at in Civil Democratic Islam. It's like on page 14, I believe, 14 or 15. And I'm zooming into it here, but it goes, this is the chart. So on the topic, what they call marker issues, like important, these are the important issues that really distinguish different Muslims. The good Muslims from the bad Muslims. The good Muslims are who? The ones that are in favor of liberal democracy and working with the US and Israel. The bad Muslims are the radical fundamentalists who are opposed to Israel, for example, or they don't believe in democracy as the most beautiful thing. So these are marker issues. So you can see democracy, for example, human rights and individual liberties, polygamy, right? And then the columns, you have on the left, you have the radical fundamentalists. Then you have the scriptural fundamentalists, they're a little bit more liberal. Then you have the conservative traditionalists. And then the chart continues here. Then you have the reformist traditionalists, then the modernists, the mainstream secularists. And then on the far side is, hold on. The radical secularists. So you can see, how, we'll just go to the issue of polygamy. Oh, also hudud is here listed. Hold on. Islamic criminal penalties, including flogging, amputation, stoning for adultery. So the radical fundamentalists say, the hudud, an excellent way to provide swift deterrent justice. Yeah, so according to RAND, we're all believing Muslims who believe in the Quran are radical fundamentalists, because obviously if Allah is the one who legislates a punishment in the Quran, such as lashing for zina or stoning, is not in the Quran, but it's in the Sunnah, or you have cutting the hand for theft, of course, it's from Allah. It's excellent. Excellent is a good word for it, but that makes you a radical fundamentalist. If you're not a radical fundamentalist, like you're a scriptural fundamentalist, then you think, well, hudud is just and correct, but may have to be implemented with discretion, as it's no longer quite in line with world public opinion and can thus be detrimental to the image of Islamic states. So this is slightly less radical. Then you have the other side, or the next column, which is the conservative traditionalists. They say it should be used if the country follows Sharia law, which Muslim countries ought to do. Severe Sharia punishment has a good deterrent effect, but was intended to be mitigated by mercy, forgiveness, rehabilitation efforts, and strict rules of evidence. Okay, so that's the next level. Then you go to the reformist traditionalists. And the reformist traditionalists say it should not be used. The most severe punishments were never intended to be implemented, except in very rare cases. They have been misapplied and misunderstood and often have no real Quranic basis. So this is someone like Yasir Qadi. This is someone who, like Yasir Qadi or some of these reformist imams that say these were just scare tactics. The hudud were scare tactics. They're never meant to be applied. And then the next level is, what's the term that they use? The modernists, okay? They should not be used. These punishments are either archaic, in line with the common practice of their era, but no longer appropriate, or they were wrongfully interpreted in the first place. So some of these, they wear the kufi, they have the long beard, they wear the thobe. Maybe they're going to be the imam of your masjid, but this is, if you ask them about hudud in the Quran, this is the response that they will give. So they're really modernists. They're modernists with all the trappings of a traditional imam. And then you have the secularists, what they call mainstream secularists. Mainstream secularists say not legal in most countries and not in keeping with international human rights or contemporary norms. Therefore, they can't be applied. Hudud violate human rights, so obviously we can't apply them. It's obviously they're not legitimate. And then the hardcore secularists, the radical, what they call radical secularists. Oh, wait, hold on. There. The final column is, religion is a fallacy. Therefore, religious laws can never be legitimate. Hudud aren't legitimate. No religious law can be legitimate. So that's the far. So RAND, their whole strategy is like, okay, we clearly can't have radical secularism in these Muslim countries, at least not yet. We want to have them, and we want them to be protected so they can continue to agitate and advocate for radical secularism. But we'll be happy if, all of the Muslims either become modernists or they become mainstream secularists. That's what we want. So we just want to push, if you look at this chart, we want to push everyone, Muslims, further to the right. Same with polygamy, look at what they say about polygamy in RAND. So polygamy is permitted. So these are the radical fundamentalists, the leftmost in the chart. It's permitted and there's nothing wrong with it. It's superior to Western immorality and serial divorce. Okay, so that's radical fundamentalism. If you believe this, you're a radical. Okay, sorry, there's no other way to put it. Then the next level, it's permitted as a way to enhance public and individual morality, but not for self-indulgence. So this is the scriptural fundamentalists. These are the people that say, oh, polygamy is just, if there's a widow and she has no other option and she has all these children to take care of, she's a widow or she's a divorcee, then as charity, for the sake of women, for the sake of protecting women, yes, then you can, take a second or third wife, but only for that reason, not for, if you want, if you need a second or third wife for pleasure purposes or whatever. So that's also, guess what? That is a distortion, because that kind of caveat or that kind of restriction or condition is not in Islam. Okay, so that's that level. Then the third level, polygamy, meaning husband having multiple wives, is permitted under certain circumstances, including when all wives are treated equally as the Quran requires, and only if local law permits it, but monogamy is superior. Monogamy is superior. So that's the next level. None of these are outright condemning polygamy yet. But then you go to the next level, which are the reformist traditionalists. And what do they say? It's permitted in societies that legally allow it, but it should be the exception, and the agreement of the first wife should be obtained. In general, monogamy is thought better, but a defensive traditionalist position shares the fundamentalist argument that polygamy is still better than Western sexual anarchy. So, there's still some problems here with even this level. Then what do the modernists say? It's not permitted at all. An archaic practice such as those found in other religions that was considered less than ideal even at the time, and there is evidence that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was trying to abolish it. So yeah, it's just a little provision or leeway that was given because the Arabs of the 7th century were so barbaric. So we let them have, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam let them practice polygamy, but reduced it. Before Islam, you could marry as many women as you want, but the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Islam limited it to just 4. So the intention was to eventually outlaw it completely for the much superior system of monogamy, as we know. Those are the modernists. And then you have the next level. It's against modern laws and accepted practice, therefore not permitted. That's the RAND position. That's what they want Muslims to say. And then the final, the radical secularists say it's not permitted, although some would also consider monogamy to be a hypocritical bourgeois concept. So yeah, these are like the hardcore radical feminists. So like even monogamy, like marriage, like why do you need marriage? Marriage is a patriarchal institution. We have to eradicate it. So those kinds of radicals, RAND actually, yeah, society should tolerate that. And we always need those kinds of people pushing. It's a good counterbalance for any society. Anyway, so this is RAND, and it's very important. It's very significant because RAND is has been advising the U.S. government in the global war on terror. Their policy has been implemented. This is consistent with the colonial policy as well, even though RAND is more of a post-World War II institution. But it has the same kind of liberal agenda, liberal secularist agenda for the Muslim world. Okay, so this is RAND. Now, let's talk about Seeker's Guidance. Seeker's Guidance, they don't like me very much because over the years, I've criticized them, especially their fatwa. And you have their founder, Faraz Rabbani, as we mentioned. He's saying, so he retweeted this guy named Nihal. As a classically trained alim, imagine saying that about yourself. As a classically trained alim myself, community leader and chaplain, I condemn the figure of Daniel Haqiqatjou. I condemn his online shaming of a Muslim sister because she put up a picture of herself. No man who claims to be a man would act as such. So this was a whole hilarious incident. Basically, the whole Dawah Mafia and all of these simp imams, basically, I criticized, like, there was this woman who graduated from Qalam, like what Qalam's, watered down curriculum. She graduated and now she's a Shaykha. She's an Alima. And she announced this by posting a picture of herself, a picture of her. I think it was like in a field so I said, like, these kinds of glamour shots, like, is this really like appropriate? Basically, that was the gist of it. And then, the outrage. Daniel, this hateful misogynist. He's shaming a Muslim sister. Excuse me, she's a Shaykha? Get it right. She's not a sister. She's a Shaykha. Ustadha. The Shaykha posted her glamour shot. And the Shaykha posted, a picture of herself for all to see. And the people are like, that's not a glamour shot. Like, okay, sorry. Like, I don't know your preferred nomenclature. I thought glamour shot, like, if you take like a really nice picture of yourself and you are putting on makeup and your hijab is perfect and, you got the very nice flowing abaya, in this kind of, even you're wearing hijab and you're wearing abaya, but like your face is just there. Like people can just stare at your face. They look at your picture and they stare at your face and they enjoy the scene. Is this what we really want our sheikhas to be doing, our ustazas? Especially when you graduated, like, isn't going through a Islamic institution and getting a degree like an ijazah supposed to make you more modest? Like, you don't want people to see your beauty instead of you're posting your beauty on Instagram. So then after I said this, all of the compassionate imams started like congratulating the sister and, you're amazing, mashallah, tabarakallah. People like Omar Suleiman, like all of these guys suddenly became the biggest fan. They were showing compassion, unlike Daniel. Daniel is just this misogynist, hateful, bigot, troll who hates women. Daniel just hates women. That's the problem. He was traumatized. Daniel is traumatized. Like, you know, he had bad experiences with women. That's why he does what he does. So then the classically trained alim, the classically trained alim says, I condemn Daniel Haqiqatjou. And then Faraz Rabbani says, agreed. Agreed. Like, no man who claims to be a man acts as such. So he's questioning my manhood. So, I mean, these things just make me laugh and smile. Those are just me. Like, if I should get mad, I should get mad at this. And not for my own sake, but for what they're arguing for. Like, what are they trying to defend? What are they pushing? But, you know, this is the problem. Like, I have to get this kind of heat, but there are a lot of Muslims who saw through this. There are a lot of memes that came out of this because they're like, as a classically trained alim, I condemn Daniel, the figure, Daniel Haqiqatjou. Anyway, so they don't like me. Seekers Guidance, they don't like me because I highlight these shocking fatwa that they come up with. So now, when we were looking at RANT, by the way, like, we didn't go through all their marker issues, but let me just breeze through that real quick because it's important. Like, what are the sensitive issues? So democracy, human rights and individual liberties, polygyny, hudud and criminal punishments in Islam. Other issues include hijab, beating of wives, status of minorities, Islamic state, like Islamic governance, public participation of women, jihad, like sources. What are the sources of Islam? Like Quran and Sunnah, and charismatic leaders, radical authors, with all details subordinated to the broad vision of rigorously pious Islamic society. So if you believe in this, you're a radical fundamentalist. And who cares what RANT thinks? Like, they're a bunch of non-Muslims who are trying to attack Islam, but unfortunately their policies are adopted and spread, and they're influencing Muslim institutions. Now, you might think, well, does Seekers Guidance have any connection to the government? And that's a question. Do I have the answer to the question? No. But I do know that they have worked extensively with people who do have very close connection with the U.S. government. And the main figure to talk about is Ingrid Mattson. You know, she's on the site as a teacher, and she teaches some courses for Seekers Guidance. And even in her bio on the site, it explains like her connection to some government institution. So she is a senior fellow of the Royal Al-Bayt Institute for Islamic Thought in Jordan. From 2009 to 2010, Dr. Mattson was a member of the Interfaith Task Force of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. In 2008, she was on the Council of Global Leaders of the C100 of the World Economic Forum. So she's part of the World Economic Forum. From 2007 and 2008, she was a member of the leadership group of the U.S. Muslim Engagement Project. Basically, it's a project to how can we secularize or liberalize Muslims. Dr. Mattson is the recipient of numerous awards as well as honorary doctorates from Trinity College, Hartford, and Chicago Theological Seminary. She is frequently consulted by the media and has served as an expert witness. So this is Ingrid Mattson. And at one point, she had a lot of other articles on the site. But for about 7 years now, or 6 years, I've been like blasting them for involvement with Ingrid Mattson, who is a crazy reformist. Like, if you want to know about Ingrid Mattson, let me show you this. Like, if you want a summary of what Ingrid Mattson is all about, go to MuslimSkeptic.com and search for Ingrid Mattson, and you will see what Ingrid Mattson is involved with. She promotes LGBT. She promotes, celebrating the holidays of non-Muslims. Obviously, the worst kind of feminism. Ingrid Mattson and the pro-LGBT Muslim network Distorting Islam. So this article has a lot of receipts. This is one of the organizations that Ingrid Mattson was a religious advisor for. And the vice chair of this organization is a the bisexual transgender Shia Muslim. This is their vice chair, celebrating Pride. And Ingrid Mattson, right here in the center here, was the, I don't know if she still is the religious advisor. So on and on. I mean, it's crazy stuff. And where's the screenshot with? She's like an outright reformist. Like, best wishes to our Christian sisters and brothers who are celebrating Christmas, praying for reconciliation, respect, and peace in the world. So, celebrating like Christmas, wishing like greetings, Christmas greetings. Like, this is obviously haram. Yeah, she hates me too, by the way. Anyway, I won't go through all of these. But that's Ingrid Mattson. This is the, one of the teachers at the so traditional Seeker's Guidance, the so traditional, pro-LGBT Dr. Ingrid Mattson, who's connected to the U.S. government. Now, Ingrid Mattson has another very famous distinction, claim to fame. She's the only let's say, traditional Shaykha who has been praised by a former director of the CIA. So this is a video that you can, I don't know if it's still online. It used to be on YouTube, but let's watch this. So this is one of some event that they had, probably about, working with the U.S. government, and the CIA director had these comments to make. So she's introducing him here.
Countless known and unknown threats. I am happy that I do not know everything he has to know. But if someone has to know these things and take action upon them, I feel safer for the fact that he is requested to meet with us, to hear our concerns, and to take into account our perspectives as he advises the President on how to keep all of us safe. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. John Brennan, Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism.
Yeah, so some of these Muslim figures from the beginning were pushing for the Muslim community to work with the U.S. government so that the U.S. government could basically entrap Muslims and push this narrative of radical Islam. If you have certain beliefs about the Quran, for example, or Hadith, like we saw from the RANT chart and the marker issues, then you're a radical and you have to be monitored. You're put on a no-fly list, or you are tracked, you're surveilled, your Masjid is going to be trapped or is going to be surveilled. All of this that happened after 9/11, you had Muslim collaborators with the U.S. government who, instead of saying, hey, stop trying to make my religion into this kind of terrorism and making my religion illegal. My religion does not advocate terrorism, so you should have no business being in our masjid. You have no business policing us and entrapping us. And instead of that strong line, you had people like Ingrid Mattson saying, oh, well, how can we fight radicalism? How can we fight, within our community? Let's bring in the FBI. Let's bring in the CIA. Let's adopt CVE, Countering Violent Extremism, that says that, if you believe in hudud, you're an extremist, you're a radical, and you should be imprisoned or maybe even assassinated. In certain cases, they literally were killing Muslims, assassinating Muslims, U.S. citizens. So this is the type of religious leader that we find in the past 20 years. And many of the compassionate imams and the Dawah Mafia have worked hand in hand with the government on these projects. And so they're compromised. They're compromised individuals, and they don't want the Muslim community to know about their involvement and their work with these governmental agencies, because it's clearly something that is very suspicious and outright problematic. So here's the CIA director, John Brennan.
Good morning. Thank you all very much for being here. And it's great to be back on a campus, and particularly on a Saturday morning, and to see so many students who are here. In my college days, this would have still have been an early Saturday morning, and usually would take free food to get me onto the campus. Maybe that's what happened here this morning. But I appreciate all of you being here, particularly those who have traveled from afar, as I did last night from Washington, to scale the mountains of snow. And I know that many of you had to scale those same mountains of snow. So thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Mattson, for your very kind introduction, as well as for your leadership. As an academic whose research continues the rich tradition of Islamic scholarship, and as president of the Islamic Society of North America.
So the former CIA director is so impressed with the scholarship, the Islamic scholarship of Ingrid Mattson.
You have been a voice for the tolerance and diversity that defines Islam.
She's a voice for the tolerance and diversity that defines Islam. She's representative, basically, of Islam.
I know that President Obama was grateful for your words at the National Prayer Service during the inauguration. We were proud to welcome you and many others to the White House for the iftar dinner with the President. And I thank you for bringing us all together today, leaders and believers of many faiths, Muslim, Christian, Jew, Hindu, Sikh, including many groups who work together in community service. Thank you all for coming this morning. Imam Latif, thank you for hosting us.
Another deviant, Khal Latif, connected to these agencies.
For your welcome. As President Obama was preparing to take the oath of office last year, you wrote him an open letter. You spoke of your hopes for his presidency, the hopes of many people. You also wrote that America has rarely noticed that American Muslims, such as yourself, have always denounced violent extremism. That despite the frequent misrepresentations of your faith, you have never lost faith in America. And that, and I quote, we as American Muslims are eager to serve our country. To Imam Latif, in your service to Muslim students in the NYPD, to our hosts, the Islamic Center at NYU, and the Islamic Law Students Association, to everyone who joins us today, please consider my presence in acknowledgement of Imam Latif's eloquent appeal.
Yeah, so he's still active, you know. He's a frequent speaker for Miftah. So if you know Miftah, this basically, they hold conferences and they hold weekend events and they invite these compassionate imams and reformists and people like Khalid Latif. But people don't know this background, that he's being praised by the CIA, former CIA director, his involvement with the U.S. government and fighting, you know, quote unquote, violent extremism. They don't know that he has expressed all kinds of pro-LGBT views, et cetera, et cetera.
On behalf of President Obama, who asked that I send you his personal greetings and appreciation, I am here to say that your example and your denunciations of violent extremism are not merely noticed, they are celebrated. Your abiding faith in America strengthens and inspires us all. And there is indeed much we can do together to serve our country as fellow Americans. I know that many of you...
All right, so this goes on. You can find this online as well. This whole speech or this conference, it happened over 10 years ago. This was in the Obama years, in his first term, I believe. So it was like circa 2008, 2009. And yeah, so the whole point of violent extremism, every Muslim is going to say, or almost every Muslim is going to say, yeah, terrorism is wrong. This is not found in Islam. The Prophet ﷺ did not allow this kind of behavior. And we've written, I've done an entire essay explaining why this is the case and countering the false arguments of those who claim that, oh, this is actually traditional Islam justifies terrorism. No, it doesn't. I've had a point-by-point refutation, and there's a video on this channel also on this topic. But the whole objective of RANT are the marker issues. So the marker issues is not necessarily related to violence or terrorism. Like your belief about what are the correct sources of Islamic law, or your belief about polygamy, your belief about hijab, like that has nothing to do with violence. But if you have like certain views on those topics, then you fall under the bucket of a radical fundamentalist. And so you should be bucketed or bracketed with the terrorists, with those terror groups. And that's how you bring basically the majority of the Muslim population under the bucket of terrorism. And this is exactly, if you saw the video that we did on Ben Shapiro, this is his analysis as well. This is coming straight from Israel. Like this is Israeli Zionist strategy for how to put the majority of Muslims in this radical bucket, is you do it through these marker issues. This is the strategy that they've been using for 20 years or 23 years now. So we have to look at the fatwa site, going back to Seeker's guidance. You have Ingrid Mattson, who was literally working for the White House under the Obama administration, continues to have connections to Zionist organizations, by the way. You have her working at Seeker's guidance in the past, but her courses are still on the website. This is a live screenshot, or this is a live, I'm on the website right now, so she's still there. They seem to have scrubbed a lot of her articles. They probably, after I started criticizing them, they started scrubbing her articles because I'm sure there were all kinds of crazy views that she's expressed, and I don't know, it's too embarrassing. But we're going to look at some of the fatwa they're still, by the way, live on the site. So even after years of criticizing them, they still have this kind of nonsense live on their site, and they have no shame. So let's get started. Let's see. To the first fatwa. Can a Muslim in the West join the army? Okay, so this also goes to the marker issues, right? Because it's the legitimacy of the West. Sorry. So I don't know who this is, Sheikh Irshad. I have a question about joining the army. A friend of mine recently told me about his aspirations to join the military, and I discouraged him from doing so. I'd like to get a scholarly opinion on this. So here's the answer. So this is specifically about joining the army in the West. You know, like the American army, the British army, the French army, the military. So joining any army requires careful consideration of one's intentions, the potential for involvement in injustice or harm, and ensuring actions align with Islamic principles of preserving life and justice, as guided by traditional Islam. So imagine, like, do you think the American military is about preserving life and justice? And do you think that the military will care about traditional Islam at all? Or if you are a Muslim, like, they care what you think about traditional Islam? When you join the military, you just take orders. You're given instructions and you obey. You don't have the option to say that, actually, I don't really think I should be drone striking this village. I pass. I think I'm going to take a sick day. You think that's how the military works? No, so this is immediately like ridiculous. Like the most important thing is your niyyah, your intention. So if you have a good niyyah, yeah, go ahead and join the military. By the way, what's the year on this? This is from 2024. So this is from April. This is from a few months ago. So this is from earlier this year. And this is the kind of answer, like, Preservation of life. The sanctity of life is paramount in Islam. So if you join a Western military, you think you're going to be preserving life? Like any of these Western countries, you're going to be preserving life? Like this is the answer. So loyalty and allegiance. A Muslim's ultimate loyalty is to Allah and His commandments. This should guide one's actions and decisions, ensuring they do not compromise Islamic beliefs and duties. Okay, if that's the case, then you shouldn't be joining the army. Like that should be the answer. You shouldn't be joining these Western militaries if your allegiance is to Allah. But that's like the fourth concern, and he's not like putting in those terms. It's like, okay, just consider if the army that you're joining is having allegiance to Allah and His commandments. Of course not. So pray istikhara. Pray istikhara about joining the Western military. Consult with scholars. Yeah, that's what they're doing supposedly by asking this question from Seeker's Guidance. Isn't that consultation with scholars? And you're saying, check your niyyah. Joining an army requires deep reflection on Islamic teachings regarding intention, justice, the preservation of life, and allegiance to Allah. Muslims must carefully weigh these considerations, consult with scholars, and seek divine guidance to make decisions that align with their faith and contribute to the greater good. So Sheikh Irshad says this, and it's checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani. So right out of the gate, this is the fatwa. This is the fatwa that we read. Like, this is shocking. This is shocking, especially like in 2024. Like, this is way after what has happened in Iraq. 1 million plus Muslims murdered. And it's not just the US, it's a coalition force that was responsible for that. Canada, US, the British, the French, different continental European countries like Germany, Australia. Look at what they did in Afghanistan. Look at what they continue to do throughout the world. So 2024, like, what's the excuse for this kind of fatwa being on your site? And you're getting 1 million visitors per month. How many Muslims have joined the military in the West and are now fighting for Israel, basically, essentially fighting for Israel? Or they're not fighting for Israel, they're just fighting for this US superpower, Western powers. Maybe they're fighting in the Ukraine right now because they read Seeker's Guidance. Do they have no shame, is the question. Like, do they have any shame? Do they have any kind of accountability? And that's the thing. Like, tomorrow, you're going to see that this page might be taken down. This is the live page right now. Just Google, can a Muslim in the West join the army? Google that under Seeker's Guidance, and this page will come up. Tomorrow, it'll be gone in all likelihood. Obviously, I've archived everything because this is valuable information about the history of Islamic liberalization in the West or throughout the world. So I've archived everything, alhamdulillah. But tomorrow, this is going to be taken down, and they won't have any explanation. They don't have any correction, no accountability, no responsibility. Just delete it. Pretend like it doesn't exist because now we're getting heat for it. That is despicable. You should correct yourself. You should say that, well, we had this fatwa and it's ridiculous. It's crazy that we were actually including this on our site. We didn't think through the consequences, and we apologize. This is absolutely wrong what we said. That would be the correct thing to do. That would be the Islamically reliable thing, because people who previously read the wrong answer, this wrong answer right here, they can reassess, or they can come back to the site and see the correct answer. What would really be correct is if Seeker's Guidance emailed all of their users. They put, errata, like right on the homepage, like, these are our incorrect fatwa. We apologize. We made a mistake. This is irresponsible, and we're going to take some time off from this whole fatwa business and reassess. That would be the correct thing to do, but we'll see what happens. I doubt that they're going to take that route. Okay, I want to see your reaction to this right out of the gate. Right out of the gate, I want to see your reactions. So let me pull up the super chats. Not this. Yeah, so this guy, Abu Layth, is 1,000 times worse than Faraz Rabbani and Seekers Hub. They seem well-intentioned and might be within the realm of difference of opinion. Oh, okay. This is something to clarify. Like, the things I'm calling out, there's no difference of opinion on them, by the way. And the kind of ikhtilaf, like, you know, did you see like any kind of reference to Quran and Sunnah in that fatwa? Like, did you see any reference to prior scholars? Did you see any kind of evidence? So we should just take it on their authority, right? So what kind of legitimate ikhtilaf is this? But this is like the excuse that people give when they're emotionally invested in some of these compassionate imams. Like, oh, maybe it was just a difference of opinion. There's ikhtilaf. Now, I am fine with there being ikhtilaf. Like, you can have difference of opinion on a whole slew of issues. And if you kind of look at the things that I teach or I advocate or the things that I personally follow, I'm not the most conservative as far as practicing Muslims go. Like, for example, the idea of having videos. There are scholars who say that, no, it's impermissible to have videos. It's impermissible to have photos of yourself. That is an opinion. And clearly I'm on video. I have, you know, pictures of myself. I have, you know, the live stream and the channel and all debates and all of that. So I'm like, am I the most conservative? No, like, but there is a range of opinion. The things that I criticize and I'm bringing up, they're outside of acceptable opinion. That's the problem. If you say, oh, well, there's a spectrum on anything, then bring me like the worst deviants. Why aren't they on the spectrum? Like, why aren't, you know, these people that are advocating for, oh, well, you know, if you're a Muslim woman, you can marry non-Muslims, and yeah, the hudud are not applicable in our times, and, you know, divorce, women can issue divorce whenever they want, and why isn't that acceptable opinion? Our standard for what is acceptable ikhtilaf or not is something well represented in our scholarly tradition prior to modernity. Because once the modern period comes, then yeah, you have all of these unheard of, unprecedented opinions that come out. Why? Because of pressure from colonial powers. So you have to ground yourself, anchor yourself in the pre-modern tradition is something well represented, especially among the madhahib, the schools of thought. The Shafi'i school, the Maliki school, the Hanafi school, the Hanbali school. Like, those are the schools that you look at as something well represented or not. That's how you define the range of ikhtilaf that's acceptable. Not, oh, someone that calls himself a sheikh said it, therefore it must be acceptable. No, that's not, especially in the modern period, that's not the kind of standard that we have. Okay, let's see, other chats. When is the Miftah refutation dropping? Inshallah. You have to wait for it, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. That's very kind of you to say, brother. Appreciate your super chat. Might as well fight for a Genghis Khan. Yeah, pretty much. It's even worse, like the kind of military force that they use against Muslims. Imagine, you know, a fatwa, the forces of Genghis Khan, the Mongols, are coming through, sacking Baghdad, and you have scholars saying, yeah, you know, check your niyyah. Check your niyyah if you want to join the army of Genghis Khan. You know, don't forget the importance of preservation of life. You know, that's basically Seeker's guidance. Okay, brother, Jazakallah khair. Stop posting so much content. Your voice lives rent-free in my mind. My brain will randomly daydream of you debating some imaginary person. Is that such a bad thing? But I guess you're being sarcastic, but I appreciate the Super chat. Brothers are sending their daughters to the army now in some Western countries. Why not? Why not? As long as your daughter's intentions are good. She's checked her niyyah and she remembers the importance of preserving life. Then no problem, Anyway. Okay, so there's more information that could be shown. Okay, so I guess there's one more thing from Ingrid Mattson that I should show. Like, if you didn't get the picture of like what a crazy deviant she is. Hold on. Okay, I'll show a video with Ingrid Mattson praising LGBT. Oh, hold on. This video here. It's going to be hard to play this, but I'll try. Let me go to YouTube. This will be worth seeing, I guess. Why is it not coming up? I'm trying to search for this. Hold on. Okay, let's even, let me get this. Okay, will it even show on the share screen? But I don't know if you'll hear it. Let me see. Okay, I'll just play this.
Age 10 was me going through a lot of hormonal changes, a lot of emotions, dealing with my body changing. I was the youngest in my circle of friends who got their period, and I actually didn't tell anyone until I was probably 14 or 15.
This is
I was
part
opted
women
out
and
of
girls.
sex ed, which also gave me the anxiety of having my period so young because I didn't know how to talk about it.
Research and training. Our group of staff, trainers, volunteers, board members, participants is a diverse group of folks.
That really is
Diverse
amazing
group of
for
folks.
us because we're able to reach all different kinds of communities because people see themselves reflected in our extended team. Over the years, we've been able to also further expand and develop our Scholars Advisory Board. We're able to
There's Ingrid Mattson, their scholar, and she comes in this video too, I believe.
work with all of these amazing women and deepen our understanding of the intersection of all of these movements with Islamic law and Islamic tradition.
I have great trust in HART and in their leadership and staff. I personally don't know of any other organization that addresses the issues HART addresses with the same kind of professionalism, accessibility, and a public health approach. They are people who have a deep love of God.
And I think it's important to bring in the sense of
They have a deep love of God, as you can tell.
God consciousness and God fearing, because it really does show up in the work.
All of my team members who
The God consciousness shows up in the work, as you'll see. Hold on.
identify as Muslims and are working to do this work are inspired by the very stories of our Prophet and his companions.
At the most fundamental level, HART is founded in showing compassion to others, and that is
Compassion.
the most basic and foundational principle of living in community as Muslims.
We are an organization that does center folks who are oftentimes marginalized in our community.
Centering folks who are marginalized. I wonder who.
Whether it's LGBTQ survivors or folks
Oh.
who have disabilities, women, children.
It is really important
Centering them. So they're marginalized. You have to center the disabled and the LGBTQIA plus folks.
for this work to be inclusive so that we can ensure that we're not leaving anyone behind.
We are trying to
Don't leave
help
anyone
other
behind.
Muslims realize that regardless of your sexual orientation, your gender identity, everyone deserves the same amount of information, the same type of information, safe spaces, access to resources, and access to information that can save lives. If we are leaving them out of the conversation, we're actually oppressing them intentionally, which completely goes against major tenets of the Islamic faith.
We're not making ourselves religious authority.
If you leave the LGBTQIA plus folks outside of the conversation in your masjid or your community, then this is injustice. You're a zalim, basically. You're doing dhulm. And that's not Islam. Islam is compassion.
To tell someone their lifestyle is or isn't wrong. We are saying that you have this lived experience and there's a spot for you here. And I think in that way we're faith inspired.
They also conduct training, and that's really important so that we can begin to break the stigma of talking about these issues in a community setting.
And unfortunately,
Okay, so that's plenty of that. So this is Ingrid Mattson, okay? So this is respected teacher, and basically any group that platforms Ingrid Mattson, you have to know that it's shady. It's very suspicious if they're platforming Ingrid Mattson. So it's not just Seeker's Guidance and Faraz Rabbani, it's also RIS, Reviving the Islamic Spirit. It's also Zaytuna in the US. It's also in the UK, the Cambridge Muslim College. Ingrid Mattson is a teacher there. Last Ramadan, they had Ingrid Mattson come and talk about whatever nonsense that she talks about. So she's on this video promoting this organization that's centering LGBTQ and feminism and all the folks. Every folk is being centered with Ingrid Mattson. Okay. And we're not even talking about her Zionism, by the way. That's a whole other question, like with her connections to Zionist groups. So take that as a general rule. Any group or organization or institute or conference that has anything to do with Ingrid Mattson is very suspicious. It's a huge red flag. And you have to be asking a lot of questions. Okay, so let's move on to the next fatwa. Okay, so this is, can we celebrate the 4th of July, the Independence Day for the US? And the answer is, there is nothing intrinsic in the practice that would allow us to deem it impermissible. It is primarily a cultural celebration, not religious, and nor is it distinctly connected to non-Muslims. The 4th of July is not distinctly connected to non-Muslims. Like, was the Revolutionary War in 1776, were Muslims? Was it like the Revolutionary Jihad? I thought it was the Revolutionary War of the Americans against the British. I didn't recall there being Muslims on the front lines of that. So Anyway, so obviously, if an individual celebrates in a manner that incorporates the impermissible, such as drinking, music, dance, and so forth, then that particular celebration would not be permitted. However, if it incorporates only that which is permissible, such as inviting family and friends over for food and watching firework displays, then there's no legal basis to state that it's impermissible. No legal basis at all. Yeah. So this is also nuts. This is all modern. Like, these are all modern opinions. You'll find other fatwa on this as well. But look at the bigger picture. Like, the bigger picture is to create a kind of nationalism within Muslims in the West. You think that you are part of these nations, you're a citizen, you are assimilated, you are part and parcel. You can join the army, you can celebrate the Independence Day, you can watch the fireworks. Like, it comes to the whole package. The whole package and what they're promoting as a vision for Islam practice in the world today. That's the significance. Also, is it permissible to vote for a female candidate to lead a nation? So voting also, right? It would be permitted for one to cast a vote in favor of a candidate who they view as superior to others, even if it's a woman. It's also a person's choice to not involve him or herself if they feel this is the best course of action. Okay, so so this goes to the question of women's leadership and can Muslims support women leaders? So this is something that is clear from hadith, where the Prophet ﷺ has said in a hadith collected in Sahih Bukhari that no nation will prosper who assigns its affairs to a woman as a leader, basically. And so they're going against this hadith, they're going against this general rule. And he claims in this fatwa that, yeah, there's no problem. You can vote for a female leader. You can participate in elections, no problem. So again, like, fine, we can say that on the issue of voting, there can be ikhtilaf, even though I don't think that the correct opinion is that Muslims should be participating in these national elections. But put that aside. Look at the bigger picture. Like, what is the bigger image of Muslims in the West, or Muslims as an assimilated model minority that they're pushing? The celebrations, the joining the military, voting in elections, being a citizen, like, that's the package that's being sold. And each component of it, like democracy, like you remember in the RANT document, democracy is the #1 issue. What is a Muslim's view on democracy? So obviously, if you're participating in the election, especially voting for a woman, like you're voting for Kamala, that means that you're on board with this entire idea of democracy, and that's, that's something that you've signed off on. Okay, next. Okay, so now we go into issues that have concerned gender roles. Gender roles and family law. And if you remember, these were big as marker issues in the RANT document. So let's go through these. It's a slog because there's so many crazy things that they're proposing here. So question, in Islam, what happens if my wife won't let me have sex with her for 6 months? Okay. So the answer is, thank you for your question. I empathize with your frustration, and I pray that you can resolve this issue with her, fulfilling mutual rights in the best way and with an open mind for mutual satisfaction. I don't want to be overbearing and give you a black and white answer that a woman should not refuse her husband. I don't want to be overbearing, for there are many areas of gray in between. I can tell you that marriage is meant to produce chastity, to aid one in overcoming temptation, and is meant for supporting one another in love and fulfilling each other's needs. Please see this beautifully detailed answer about that purpose. That being said, one cannot force one's wife to sleep with him, nor can even a judge of an Islamic court force her to do so. This requires a deep uncovering and healing of a troubled marriage, and you will have to put in some effort and sacrifice to figure out what her impediments are. Try communicating with her about the following first. Is she sick, unwell, or is it painful? Does she fear pregnancy? Can you both visit a doctor to discuss contraception? Is she tired? Because they've been married for over 6 months and they don't know about contraception. Is she tired from the daily duties and tending to the children? Is she uncomfortable with her self-image and prefers that you not see her uncovered? Is she angry with you for not being kind and helpful? Are you being kind? Are you being helpful? Do you abuse her in any way? And don't forget, there's such a thing as emotional abuse. So maybe you're abusing her. Maybe that's the problem. Are there more serious problems at play, like some kinds of addiction? Explain to her how you feel without attacking her. Instead of telling her that she will go to hell for holding out, tell her that she's beautiful and lovely and that you can't think of anything but being with her. This is more likely to get results. So you need to put in effort, blah, 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 more tips. Basically telling, you know, maybe you're being rude, maybe you're boring, maybe you're not helping with housework enough, you're not aggressive enough. What does that mean? Don't just lay around. Women like to get up and go. They like energy. If they see you lying around watching TV, they don't want to jump on anything but the computer. Maybe you're smelly. Maybe you're stinky. You're a stinky guy. So brush your teeth and shower. So, and the point is that all the onus is on the husband. Like, he's not doing something. He must be the problem somehow. And don't tell her she's going to hell. Don't shame her. Don't tell her that this is not black and white. There could be gray in between where you're just smelly. You're a stinky guy. Try taking a shower. Have you heard of a toothbrush? Have you heard of miswak? This is he's really negative. He doesn't support her in public. Okay, yeah, well, I agree. Never make fun of your wife in public. That's rude and inappropriate. He doesn't care about his looks. Are you 20 pounds overweight? Are you a fatty? That might be the problem. That might be a problem. So this, again, checked and approved by Faraz Rabbani. Okay, so this is the wife not meeting her duties. Now, I want you to contrast this with the case of the husband not doing his duties. So again, if you don't know, in Islam, there are duties and responsibilities. So a husband has the duty to provide for his wife, maintain her, feed her, protect her. These are his duties. But in return, what does he get? He gets access to intimacy. He gets her obedience, her fidelity, her chastity, her modesty. She doesn't go and mix with other guys. She doesn't allow people he doesn't like to come into his home, etc. This is the perfect balance that Islam prescribes. But she does in this answer, the Shaykha Ustaza Shazia Ahmad, she doesn't lay down the law. She doesn't say, well, actually she has the responsibility. And that's she doesn't explain the hukum, what is the ruling in this case? She has a responsibility. She is negligent in not giving him access, not being intimate with him. She is neglecting him. And she just says, I don't want to be overbearing and give you a black and white answer. That the wife shouldn't refuse. I don't want to say that. What do you mean you don't want to say that? You have to say that. You have to clarify what the ruling is instead of putting the onus on him, you're the problem. Okay, so let's compare that to this answer. What should I do with a husband who refuses to work and provide? Now contrast this answer. It's by the same ustaza, the same shaykha, answered this question. My husband of 15 years has never supported us financially except for 3 paychecks. For 10 years, I gave him an excuse that he had to serve Allah, but in the end, he just spent all these years on the net watching movies, social media, and playing video games. That's all he's been doing. He also refused to get his driver's license until 2 years ago. He would order me to drive him around, saying it was my duty to obey him. I have recited Surah Al-Ikhlas 70,000 times, salawat, blessings on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, bismillahs, and make countless dua for him. When money is tight, he sends me to food banks. He says he's just waiting on his Lord and for Imam Mahdi. I have no more respect for him. We have 6 children. What do I do? Okay, so when there's a fatwa, you just have to take the scenario as is. Like when you're asked a question, you take it as is. You should have like in the back of your mind, you know, is all of this true? Like, is this portrayal actually correct? Like, or is she just emotional and she's just trashing her husband because she's mad? Or vice versa, if it's a husband asking about the wife. You should have that kind of sense of context. But let's put that aside. Let's see the answer. I empathize deeply with your struggle and pain, and I pray that your husband comes to learn what responsibility is. Until then, your patience, savviness, and trust in Allah Most High will be the backbone of the family. So then this hadith, Hind, the mother of Muawiyah, said to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Abu Sufyan is a miser. Am I allowed to take from his money secretly? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to her, you and your sons may take what is sufficient, reasonably fair. He also said, it is shockingly wicked for a person to withhold from those he is to provide for. So notice, in this answer, she's black and white. He needs to learn what responsibility is. And she cites these hadith. But when it came to the woman's responsibilities, why didn't she cite the hadith about the angels cursing the woman who refuses her husband with no good reason, no good excuse? The angels cursing her until morning. Why didn't she cite that hadith? Would that be insensitive? Would that be a little bit too harsh? You know, you don't want to be black and white. Maybe his poor wife who is not giving him intimacy for over 6 months, like maybe she is so sad. Maybe she's depressed. You don't want to make it black and white. Are you sure it's not your fault? That's what she said to the husband. But when it comes to this woman who is married apparently to a deadbeat, she has plenty of hadith to cite. He's irresponsible. He needs to learn what responsibility is. Let's see. Appeal to his sense of honor and responsibility. Okay, so shame him. Appeal to his sense of honor and responsibility and ask him to start working for the family. Notice how in the other answer, she told the husband, oh, talk about her feelings. Is there something bothering her? None of that in this. Just go straight for the honor. Go straight for his sense of honor and insult him, basically. I mean, she didn't say insult him, but that's the idea. Allah will grant increase in success, inshallah. Calmly and coolly help him see how much you and your children suffer. Okay, make him feel like he is a deadbeat. You're suffering, you and your children. Okay, but that poor schmuck in the previous question, he's not suffering. If that does not work, then who does your husband respect and listen to? Have a trusted friend, elder, or imam speak to him. Perhaps his parents can convince him to provide for his children. If your husband continues to neglect you and your children financially and seeing that you don't respect him, please look at your options and pray istikhara. Is he worth staying with? So already, that's on the table. Is he even worth staying with? So why... Fine. Like, I'm not saying that that's not a sensible thing. Like, if the guy is really a deadbeat, then I think, yeah, you should maybe think about going somewhere else. He's not meeting his responsibilities. He's not providing for you and your children. That is a big problem. I'm not trying to defend this guy here, by the way. I'm just pointing to a double standard. She didn't say that with the other guy. Why didn't she say to that husband, like, well, if she's not interested, then maybe you need a second wife. Maybe you need to go find a second wife. Do you really want to stay with her? Do you really want... She didn't say any of that. Even though that's an equally egregious dereliction of duty, dereliction of responsibility and the marital rights. She didn't say any of this. Okay. So if leaving him is an option, You should make a plan for yourself. See how you might work a bit, sell things online, provide tutoring, or do anything that provides some money, but doesn't let the children suffer from your absence. So why doesn't she suggest anything like, maybe you're not being nice? Maybe you're kind of stinky. He doesn't want to provide for a stinky wife. Seriously, like, look at the blatant double standards. So this is fatwa. This is the exciting world of online fatwa when you're on Seeker's Guidance. So how many thousands of people, how many thousands of women see responses like this and get crazy ideas? Okay, moving on. We have so much to cover. Okay, how can I make my wife happy when I work, cook, clean, and tend to children? The question is, at the beginning of my marriage, I had some financial issues that understandably caused marital problems. I was advised, and alhamdulillah, was quick to resolve this, and I'm now, as I should be, the sole provider for my house. I also cook regularly, clean, and tend to our young children when I can, or young child when I can. My wife is still not happy, and we have not been regularly intimate for over 2 years. So this is even worse than the previous guy. This guy is providing, or the first guy rather, he's providing, he's taking care of the children, he's doing chores, he's cooking and cleaning. 2 years, no intimacy. And the poor schmuck, am I fulfilling my obligation as a husband and father? What are my rights? Okay, so again, this ustaza, the Shaykha, answers. She says, there's something wrong with this picture if your wife is still not happy. Are there mental stability issues? Are there in-laws involved? My instinct tells me that you're doing too much and that she's not happy with herself. Okay, so immediately there must be something. It can't be that she's a bad person. It can't be that she's an entitled brat. It can't be that she's like an entitled feminist brat. That can't be the problem. It might be the in-laws. It might be like some mental issue. You have reached far beyond your obligations by taking on the cooking, cleaning, and tending of the children. She should be doing the majority of these things. Oh, alhamdulillah, good job, Seeker's Guidance, for telling a woman that she should be doing the majority of household chores. But why isn't she? She should be responding to your desire for intimacy as long as she's healthy and physically able. There's more than meets the eye here. And only you know what the real problem is. Do you demean her? Do you treat her well? Do you complain about her a lot? So when it comes to the other questions you saw, she didn't go beyond the question. She didn't put any assumptions into it other than attacking the man. But when it came to the wife who's saying her husband wasn't paying for anything, she didn't say, well, this doesn't sound right. You're saying he's just a bum and he's just on social media all day. Something doesn't sound right. Are you sure you're representing the situation properly? But in this case, when it's the woman who's at fault, she's like, tell me what's really the problem here. You're probably insulting her, right? You're demeaning her. Sometimes a woman, so TLC, tender loving care. Sometimes a woman doesn't want her husband to do everything, but instead just wants tender loving care. This guy, that's the problem. He's just not loving enough. He's going and working and then providing for everything, coming home, cooking and cleaning, taking care of the children, and he's just not loving enough. That's the problem. You should try stepping back from doing so much and give her attention. She needs more attention. When a woman gets this kind of attention, she usually jumps up to fulfill her other obligations. So I feel that your taking over the home might be making her feel inadequate. She just feels inadequate because you're doing everything. So just do nothing, probably, right? Usually when a woman complains that she has too much to do, it doesn't mean that she wants you to pick up chores, but rather that she wants you to show gratitude, love, and care. So it's your fault. You're not showing her enough. Even giving her a 5-minute foot massage speaks volumes. This poor sap is probably like, oh my God, I have to add foot massages to my long list. I've been up since 5 a.m. I have to commute to work 1 hour each way. I come home. I have to cook dinner. I have to change the diapers. I have to clean the kitchen. And now I have a foot massage as well. Her mood will dramatically improve from these things instead of cooking and cleaning. Okay, so who's going to cook and clean? If he's going to not cook and clean and do the foot massage, are they going to starve or are they going to order out? Like, what's the situation here? Anyway. I do admire your work and dedication and applaud you for that. But because it doesn't seem to be working, change your tactics, which will help you in the bedroom. A woman usually wants to feel loved by her husband and close to him before intimacy. Connecting to her emotionally during the day will facilitate a physical connection in the bedroom. It's like, I'm out all day. I'm working. What do you mean? What more can I do? What physical connection? It's been 2 years. Oh man. So no responsibility on the woman, no chastising her, no like saying where's the hadith about the angels? Nothing. What about the hadith about ungrateful wives, how the majority of hellfire is women? Or the majority of women are in hellfire. No hadith about that. For yakfurna al-ashir, like being ungrateful to your husband. Nothing to shame, nothing to pressure. No, it's your fault. Give her foot massages. So this is the outrageous. Yeah, this is the guy making the rice. Looks like he's making some kind of white rice. Doesn't look like basmati rice. He needs like some cooking tips if he wants to really nice basmati rice. It'll be better, I think. But maybe he didn't have time because he was too busy with the foot massages. Okay, so what do you guys think? You know, do you think this guy needs to do more? Like, does he need to foot massages? Chat, what do you say? Tell me. I want to know your opinion. I want to know your opinion. Let me bring up the... Let's see. Brother Daniel, I love you for the sake of Allah. I learned a lot from you. I realized I was raised as a liberal Muslim. Barakallahu feek, brother. May Allah bless you. Really appreciate your super chat and for making such a nice comment. Very kind of you. So he needs to marry this Shaykha and live happily ever after. All this time, what is she doing? Chatting with people on social media? Yeah, she's not cooking, cleaning. She's cheating. That's what's happening. Yeah, so Brother Yaqub, thank you for your super chat. Jazakallah khair. She's the worst advisor. Terrible. How about communication and speaking openly with the wife about his needs? Never take advice from the Shaykha. Yeah, what about his needs? Exactly. Oh, it's a risotto. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. He's making a risotto. Delicious. So it's better not to use basmati rice for a risotto. I've actually tried making a risotto before. It's quite difficult. It's much easier to make. Yeah, you didn't know that about me? I know how to cook. I'm a very good cook, actually. But I don't cook on a regular basis, if that's what you're wondering. But I know how to cook. Let's see. What else? Foot massage. And what's that wife doing all day? He should get the foot massage. Exactly. TLC, wasn't this a girl band? Yeah, tender love. It means tender loving care. I see no hadith being used in the man's case. The Ustadha's answer to the sister was more soft-hearted. Why? A very unfair Shaykha. Rabbani, what is the Shaykh advocating? Just give her TLC, bro. That's what she needs. Imam Fatwa Simps. Simping ain't easy. Anyway, you guys get it. You guys, I'm loving these comments. Seekers misguidance. Yeah, very, very soon. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's hope not. Very soon, these feminist ustadas are going to give fatwa making it halal to indulge in wine and weed at times to find relief from toxic husbands. Well, oh, there is actually one of these things coming up. Actually, not weed, but you'll see. It's not that far fetched. Okay, let's continue. I love your comments, but if I read all of them, we're going to be here all day. Okay. Yeah, so my mistake. This was a risotto on the glass top. Next fatwa. Can I tutor a young man alone in his home? Okay. It's the same ustaza, okay? She's like answered hundreds apparently of questions on this site. The question, I'm a university student and I live alone. I help, oh, mashallah, empowered Muslima, studying at the university alone. I help students with their homework from elementary school up to high school. It's a means for me to earn spare money so that I can save up for emergencies or future expenses. This time, I have to teach a male high school student. I accepted the offer because I thought his mother would always be there at their house, but it turns out that sometimes she's at work. So this is a high school student, so he's definitely baligh. You know, if you're in high school, you're over 14 years old generally, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So you're baligh. This is like an adult. As I already accepted the position and it would be difficult for me to find another small job with my hijab in France, I don't know what to do. Should I tell her that I can no longer teach her son? Yeah, that's what you should be. That's an easy answer there. Khalas. You know, I should start my own fatwa site. Answer is you reject the job. You say, no, sorry, I didn't realize that this is the situation. Anyway, I'm not sure why she's teaching these high school boys in the first place. Okay, so let's see. So first, please review the rules for seclusion here. So khadwa. So here it's talking about khadwa, like if you're alone with the opposite sex, this is not allowed. Like a non-mahram. You can't be alone with the opposite sex. So here it says, it's not permissible for you to teach him alone in the house as you described. So I recommend that you move the class to a cafe, park, or his front porch. So imagine this. Please explain this to his mother, and I'm sure that she'll respectfully agree. Don't compromise on issues like this. Don't compromise. The blessings in your work will continue. Of course, if she doesn't agree, I'm certain that Allah will send you a better job where you're not asked to compromise on your religion. So the mom is saying, no, don't take my son to a cafe. Only teach him in the home alone. So don't compromise your deen, you hijabi Muslima. Say, no, I will only teach him in the cafe. I will only teach him, at the park. We're going to go to the park together. This high school boy. So if she's in college, she might be like 18 and he's 17 years old, right? So it's not like she's some old woman. She's young college student and he's a young high school student. So, and then she has the audacity to cite the hadith. Verily, you'll never leave anything for the sake of Allah, but that Allah will replace it with something better. And checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani. So imagine, like, okay, time for tutoring. Let's meet at the cafe. Let's meet at Starbucks. So, any questions, dear? Looking deeply into his eyes. Any questions? Can I help you with anything? How'd you do on your math test? How'd you do on your history test? How do you find your classes? Tell me all about it. I'm here to help you. I'm here to teach you. Let's just enjoy this nice latte together at the cafe. Can you believe this? So this Sheikh Faraz Rabbani, like, what are you doing, bro? Are you snoozing at the wheel? Like, what's going on? This is a answer. She's a hijabi. She has questions. Like that's the crazy thing. Like she has some hesitation. It's not like she is someone who is, ready to go, ready to meet the guy like at his home. She like has enough Islamic knowledge to know that, well, it's not appropriate for me to be alone in the house. Okay, so she already has this fear of Allah. The questioner already is looking to obey Allah. She already has this kind of himma or this kind of carefulness, let's say. Now, she might have made mistakes in the past, but now is the opportunity to teach her and say that, look, this is kind of inappropriate gender mixing. Like if it's a high school guy, fine. If it's an elementary school, non-baligh, little boy, okay, yeah, tutor them, no problem. But these are high school boys. Like you can't be sitting with high school boys and tutoring them. Like this is the perfect opportunity to clarify, to teach, to guide. But instead you give this stupid answer that's going to make her fall into more haram. Like what are the chances of zina? What are the chances of flirting? What are the chances of on and on the list of haram that you have just opened the door to and facilitated? So what is this Ustaz? What is her qualifications? So she lived in Syria for 2 years. Oh, wow. Where she studied Aqidah, Fiqh, Tajweed, Tafsir, and Arabic. Wow. She's a Shaykha. 2 years in Syria. Wow. She then attended the University of Texas at Austin. Ooh, mashallah. Where she completed her master's in Arabic. And then she moved to Jordan where she studied even more. Fiqh, Arabic, and other sciences. Now or later, she moved to Canada, Mississauga, Canada, where she lives with her family. Wow! Like this is the Shaykha. Studied 2+ years. This is where your fatwa is coming from. Next. Should I marry a guy whose ideologies seem extreme to me? I met a guy 2 years back who is suitable and pious, and we decided to get married. I told my mother, but now I want to inform my father. But after talking to him more, I found that we have extremist ideologies. He asked me to do strict niqab, not to go to public places, leave education, and opt for online mode. So he's just saying like do online education, like that makes him an extremist. Okay, strict niqab, like wearing niqab makes you an extremist. Earlier he told me he will do hijrah and move out of this country, and now I got to know that he wants to join some group. Uh-oh, that's ominous. Some group. Dun, dun, dun. He plans to move away with me just after marriage. I'm not talking to him at this moment, but again and again, this thing is haunting me in my dreams. Help me. I can't discuss this with my parents. So the answer, may Allah reward you for wanting to pursue a halal relationship, and may you choose the man that is most suitable for you in your worldly goals and your spiritual goals. Worldly goals are very important, obviously. Istikhara. I don't know this man as well as you do, but I'm getting a bad feeling about him. Getting a bad feeling about this guy. Sometimes when pursuing marriage with someone is not easy and does not agree with the heart, that is a sign in itself. I encourage you to pray istikhara and marry a man for religion, as the Prophet ﷺ told us. So marry the religious. If he's telling you to wear niqab, and he's telling you leave education, do it online instead, that's not religion. That's extremism. However, marrying a man for religion doesn't mean that you forego a proper education and stay home all day. Rather, it means that you take the means to acquire and practice your religious and secular knowledge, spread it to others, and take the means to serve the ummah at large. So don't think that by getting married, you should be restricted. No, you should be free to acquire and practice your secular knowledge. religious and secular knowledge. You got to acquire and practice it and then spread it. You got to be one of these empowered boss babes and go and serve the ummah at large. Not serve your husband, not serve your family. Yeah, that's there too. Okay, fine. But what about serving the ummah? What about being an empowered boss babe hijabi? Like me, the ustaza at Seeker's Guidance. That may be by your working as a professional, opening up your own business, employing Muslims, volunteering for charity, or educating others. The opportunities are endless. Literally said the opportunities are endless. And all of these are permissible when you dress modestly, have the permission of your husband, and are careful with gender interaction. Yeah, but her husband said, leave education, do online only. Oh, okay. And you're telling her you're getting a bad feeling about this guy. So talk about going beyond the question, right? So now so this is just like your personal reflections, like your personal, like girl chat, basically. But you're presenting it as like this is a religious answer to your question. So more on extremists. The extremists. Okay, why is he the extremist? Because he says, again, let's go. Strict niqab, don't go to public places. So he's like worried about mixing. Leave education and opt for online mode. And she agreed to all these conditions, by the way. Oh, and he wants to do hijra. He wants to move out of the country. This guy is an extremist. This guy is crazy. So, rather than telling the questioner, well, sister, be reasonable, like niqab, or like giving excuses like, well, what does he mean? Like, don't go to public places. Elaborate on that. And what does he mean? Like, leave education? Or what does he mean? Like, instead of being cautious, putting a lot of caveats, instead of like being measured, you just rubber stamp her label of extremism. Like making hijra. Like someone could read this and like, oh, so if someone wants to make hijra, they're an extremist? No, nothing to qualify the answer. Just saying, yeah, I'm getting a bad feeling about this guy. It's a bad apple. Okay. I dislike my wife's interactions with her male relatives. What do I do? Okay. Here's the question. My wife and I have been married for a month. She interacts too freely with her male cousins, brothers-in-law, and uncles, and doesn't like it when I say it's wrong for her to chat with them on the phone. She says that I am suppressing and torturing her. She wants a separation because I'm oppressing her. What do I do? Okay, this is another ustaza Raida, Shaykha. So then it sounds like your wife has had a very different upbringing to you and has different expectations. Okay, so the problem is that she interacts too freely with her male cousins. Okay, that's a problem. Brother-in-law, that's a problem. Uncles, that's mahram. Like your uncle is your mahram. But these others, she shouldn't be freely interacting with them. So looks like you have different expectations, brah. That's the Shaykha says. The early years of marriage require a lot of adjustment, patience, and forgiveness. You have only been married for a month. Please give yourself, your wife, and your marriage time. To save your marriage, I suggest that you stop all attempts at controlling her behavior. Focus on building happier memories with her. What is her love language? So no discussion of the hukum or the ahkam related to this. What does the Sharia say about interacting freely with the opposite sex, non-mahram, like your cousins or like your brother-in-law? How about some hadith? Like the sister and about interacting with your in-laws is like death, and hadith, that's the kind of language that the Prophet ﷺ used to warn against this kind of casual interaction with the opposite sex of the in-laws. No mention of that. But the problem is you're trying to control her. Stop. I suggest that you stop all attempts at controlling her behavior. She's your partner. You don't control her. You don't tell her what to do. Subhanallah. So, okay, please note, okay, this is the mahram part. Your wife's paternal and maternal uncles are mahram. However, her cousins and brother-in-law are not mahram, and it would be praiseworthy for her to exercise dignified restraint for them. It would be praiseworthy. So that's also the wrong hukm. It's not like it's mustahab, right? This is something that's required. Like if you do it, if you're not restrained or you're not like, then that's becomes sinful. But that's judgmental. If you call it a sin, if you say that this is wrong, this is like you're doing something wrong or haram, that's kind of judgmental. But it's praiseworthy if you don't. Like this is twisting. Like you're not actually giving the right ruling. Because if you say it's praiseworthy, that means like you get rewarded for having restraint with your in-laws. It's mustahab. You're going to get rewarded for it. But if you don't restrain yourself, then that's fine too. That's mubah. That's permissible. Wrong. So, however, please do not expect overnight changes. Yeah, it might take a month. It might take a year. It might take 5 years. Don't control her behavior, brah. Reflect on your own difficulties. Would your wife nagging you to change make you feel better or worse? So don't be a nag. Just because she's chatting up her cousins and her cousins are rizzing her up. Her cousins are rizzing her up and she's chatting up her cousins. Don't worry about yourself, brah. Worry about yourself. Okay, so ask yourself, why did you marry your wife? Which of her qualities drew her to you? I don't think her chatting up with non-Mahrams was one of the qualities that drew me to her. Let's see. I recommend this resource, blah, blah, blah. Oh, now wisdom. Hadith. Treat the Prophet ﷺ says, treat women nicely, for a woman is created from a rib, and the most curved portion of the rib is the upper portion. So if you should try to straighten it, you will break it. But if you leave it as it is, it will remain crooked. So treat women nicely. So this means that you should just not put any consequence or not put like any kind of pressure or not even like tell your wife you're doing something haram, you're gaining sins, like you're going to be accountable to Allah for this, like I forbid you from talking to these people, like they can't come to my house, like none of that. You can put all of that in the trash because the Prophet ﷺ said treat women nicely. Yeah, he did say treat women nicely. According to what the Sharia says, according to the limits and the bounds of the Sharia, this hadith is not some kind of get out of jail free card where women can do whatever they want without accountability. Work with your wife instead of against her. Be her loving and compassionate helpmate to Allah. That's what you are, husbands, to your wife. You're her helpmate. You're not her qawam. You're not her wali. You're her helpmate. You're like a little puppy. Encourage her to sign up for our courses. Listen to our podcasts. Support her relationship with Allah so that any changes she makes are motivated by her own desire to draw closer to Him. Exercise daily patience. Did you practice any sabr when you saw her flirting with her cousin and her brother-in-law? Did you have patience, brother? Because if not, that's a problem. You need some sabr. You need to patiently persevere. This is you have a spiritual problem, I think, brother. That the fact that you even asked this question. Oh man, it gets worse and worse. What are your own shortcomings? Look inwards instead of outwards. What are your own shortcomings? Oh, how do you want to improve your relationship with the Creator? I'll tell you how you can improve your relationship with your Creator. It's like take control of your family. How about that? That's, save your family from the fire. That would be a good way to to get closer to your Creator, to Allah. Not being a simp, not being soy. Oh man, rather than preoccupy yourself with her flaws, if there are any, Does she have any flaws? I don't see any. It's kind of presumptuous to think that she would have flaws. She's a woman. Come on. They don't have flaws. Preoccupy yourself with your own flaws. It is far easier to find fault with those around you instead of admitting that our own selves require much work. This is jihad of the nafs. When your wife when you see your wife do say something that upsets you, I encourage you to take a deep breath, exhale, and make conscious effort to pause, mindfulness, center yourself. Do not be reactive and start making demands and ultimatums. Don't do that. Practice emotional regulation and self-soothing. She's not responsible for your emotions. You are. So if you get angry because she's having a grand old time with her cousins and you're getting upset, self-soothe, calm your center. Oh, man. So look at how she's characterizing it. So again, another hadith. The best of you is the one who is best to his wife, and I'm the best of you to my wives. Very important hadith from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Beautiful hadith. Love this hadith. We should all be the best to our wives. But does being the best to your wife means no accountability? Just let her do the haram, do what she wants. By the way, the risk of your own marriage, what if she falls in love with her cousin? What if she falls in love with her brother-in-law? What if, la qaddar Allah, may Allah protect all of us, falls into zina? The test of good character in marriage happens when you both faced with conflict. Conflict is inevitable and provides plentiful opportunities for growth and closeness when handled well. So she's characterizing the woman doing something clearly haram as this is a conflict between two equal parties. So subhanAllah, this is quite scary. But this is the essence of compassionate dawah, the essence of dawah mafia teachings, compassionate imams. So shocking. Am I a dayuth if I let my wife go out without hijab? Okay, answered by Sheikh Jamir. The question: I saw a post online that if my wife doesn't wear hijab, I'm a dayuth. Is this true? I want to maintain a proper level of jealousy, but I do not want to tell my wife what to do, as if I were her father. Yeah, you don't want to be like her father, obviously, because you have no responsibility. You're just the wali. You're her wali now. Or before you got married to her, her wali was her father. Now it's you, but you don't want to be her father. Interesting. So then the answer comes. So ghayra carries the meaning of protective jealousy, honor, and earnest concern. It's a positive trait, especially in a man in regards to his female family members. Oh, it's positive? The fatwa that we just read, the answer that we just read said don't be controlling and control your emotions, right? But this is saying, oh, this is positive. The dayuth is its opposite, generally referring to a man who has no protective jealousy and honor over his female family members, whilst also carrying a specific meaning, which we'll discuss below. So the relationship between man and woman, ghayra, this is coming from, he's citing some Quran. He's talking about modesty as a branch of faith. That's great. Okay. So we have mentioned that having ghayra places limits and boundaries between what is right and wrong, upholding moral conduct and self-respect. Because of this, what initially began as an individual trait that is concerned with one's immediate family potentially becomes a societal value as it upholds the moral integrity of the community at large and prevents social deprivation from occurring. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. When I was in Kerala a few years ago visiting a conservative and scholarly community, one of the reoccurring issues that locals and scholars mentioned was in that in recent years, the area had experienced an unprecedented amount of cases concerning adultery, in some cases of children being born out of wedlock. The chief reason given to this was because the husbands spent extended periods abroad in the Middle East to work and earn better wages. Although there could be many more factors to consider, it certainly seems that the absence of any protective element in the family unit had a significant part to play in the crisis. This is why scholars have said that there is no good in a person who has no protective jealousy and honor. We could extend the saying to there is no good in a community which has no protective jealousy and honor. Lest it be misconstrued, this is not meant in any way as a form of patronizing women. Oh, we wouldn't want that. Or a tool for gender oppression. We wouldn't want that. And nor should it be used by men to do as such, but rather it's an attribute that should stem from earnest solicitude and care. It is a valid and necessary condition for mutual respect and love between men and women, forming individual dignity and self-respect, maintaining the cohesiveness of the family structure, upholding the moral integrity of society, and preserving one's faith. Without this protective element, relationships, self-worth, family, morality, and piety inevitably fray and unravel. So then there's a quote from Ibn al-Qayyim. Let's see. Some hadith cited. So this is mostly good. Mostly. So it's important to note here that what we mean by protective jealousy is not a man's overbearing oppression of his female family members, nor being suspicious, irrationally jealous, narcissistic, nor oppressive for purely cultural reasons without any basis in sacred law. Okay, so fine. What we are referring to is a dignified and rational sense of honor and chivalry based on sound religious values, which enables a person to ensure that the moral limits of the religion are not transgressed. In practice, that means that husbands, fathers, brothers, and sons should have a strong sense of honor and responsibility for their female family members, particularly when it comes to public interaction with the opposite sex. To do this entails that a man knows the boundaries that the religion asks to be put in place, and this is brought about by studying fiqh. Without this, mistakes and transgressions are often made. He should also study something of manners and purification of the heart in order that his actions and decisions are coupled with the spirit of Islam and the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. He himself must practice what he preaches. A man who lacks ghayrah is lacking an essential part of moral and religious integrity and respect. And then talking about dayuth, the Prophet ﷺ said, 3 types of people will never enter paradise: the dayuth, the woman who resembles a man in dress, and the one addicted to alcohol. When asked what's a dayuth, the Prophet ﷺ said, the one who does not care who enters into his wife. The word dayuth then specifically refers to a cuckold, which is a man who permits and does not care if his wife has sexual intercourse with other men. Some scholars restrict the meaning of dayuth to this meaning. However, other scholars took the meaning of dayuth to be more general and applied it to any man who does not have ghayrah over his female folk. So the original question was, if you forgot, after all this, is I let my wife go out without hijab? That's the question. Okay, so this whole essay is for this question, right? Complexities. It should be noted that the description of the dayuth, there is a strong sense of having no ghayrah over one's female family members and not caring about what they do and what's done to them in sexual matters. If one goes by the general meaning adopted, then it encompasses all acts and types of sins. As such, it would also apply to men who allow and are pleased with their wives not covering appropriately in public or content with their free mixing with men in general. Okay. However, this is different from a situation where the man really does care about how his wife or others carry herself in public and sincerely desires that she follow the dictates of the religion. However, the wife refuses to do so or is not at a stage where she feels she wants to or can. This may be due to a number of reasons and factors that need to be considered and discussed. In the situation you described, the main issue seems to be that your wife is not observing the hijab. Given everything we've mentioned below, here are some practical steps moving forward. Make dua to Allah to guide yourself and your wife. Tell your wife how you feel and you would like her to wear hijab. Don't worry about sounding like her father. You're her husband, and in many ways more important when it comes to the matter of ghayrah than a father. Don't be aggressive or forceful, but make it clear where you stand on the matter and why. Okay, so Don't be forceful. Interesting. Ask her if anything is preventing her from wearing it. Discuss these open-heartedly and try to find resolutions that work for her. It's also important to remember that for many people, it's necessary to instill meaning before you expect form to take place. Expect form. Oh, form before function, maybe. What I mean by this is that some people need to understand the why of a situation, and their hearts need to be nourished and inspired to love Allah and the Prophet ﷺ first before they're ready to make external religious observations such as hijab, praying. Okay, seek out good company of religious people. Go to religious lessons or events. Bear in mind your wife's likes and dislikes and temperament. Don't be forceful and preach, and be selective of friends, events. Let positive surroundings affect her outlook rather than constant verbal reminders. In the meantime, dislike it in your heart each time she leaves the house without a hijab. Just dislike it in your heart, just silently. Learn, because you don't want to be nagging, obviously. Learn and practice the religion yourself so she can see that you're moving forward and benefiting. So wear hijab. Couples often follow each other, and if you truly love each other, you'll both desire to connect on the deepest level of a relationship, which is a spiritual relationship. So I'm not saying that this is all garbage. Obviously not. He's citing Quran, he's citing Hadith, he's giving practical advice. But the nature of the question is so generic, and the question is like, it's not like his wife doesn't want to wear hijab. It's like, I let my wife go without hijab. So you have to assume, does the wife not want to wear it? Or does he's fine with her not wearing it and he's never like told her to wear it? Like, what exactly is the situation? So you get a very broad answer as well, which is fine. And he's bringing these sources to bear. But in the end, it's missing the meat. It's missing, well, where's the authority of the husband? Like, where's the authority to say that, honey, this is what you need to do. This is how you should dress modestly. I'm not comfortable with you going out. I'm going to be very upset if you do go out. I'm going to, not, and there are other ways to incentivize it as well. Like, obviously, there are laws in place. So you should not do anything illegal. You should not get in a situation where she's going to call the police. Obviously, I'm not advocating anything like that. But who has the authority? Islam says that the man has the authority in the house, and he should be very clear that this is not appropriate. This is not acceptable. This is not correct. Like, you're going out of the house and you're not covering. So that has to be said. That has to be established. Now, if she is still not obeying and she's still not listening, okay, that's a separate issue. Then you can take practical advice like, okay, well, you have your hands tied basically in terms of the law. You can just encourage her. You can try to, but you do have to be forceful at some point. You do have to say, like, this is what it is. And by the way, if you're disobeying me and you're disobeying Allah, then this has severe consequences in the akhirah, in the afterlife. What about that? Like, what about shaming? What about, like, in the other question, when it's the husband at fault, they say, bring in the sense of shame, bring in the sense of honor and responsibility, basically pressure him with this kind of attitude against him. But for the woman, no, just be nice, gentle, don't be forceful, don't be aggressive, just hate it in your heart. Hate it in your heart. Tell her how you feel. Like, it doesn't matter how you feel. Like, this, we're talking about the law of Islam. We're talking about the Sharia. We're talking about halal and haram. Okay? Tell your wife how you feel, and you would like her to wear hijab. I'd prefer it. I'd prefer. So this is not the correct approach. Not the correct approach. Okay, what are your thoughts? Let's get back to the chat, and I want to see what you guys think. Let's see. He didn't even give an answer. Just like dancing around the answer. This website has that tap water archetype. I don't know what that's referring to. This fatwa took a heavy nosedive. Yeah. Dislike it in your heart. All of this for her to do what Allah asked. Allah commanded. I am a student of Sheikh Faraz, by the way. Trust me, he's not someone who is known to liberalize the deen. Well, can you please explain why these fatwa or these answers are on his site and each one of them says checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz? Habibti, can you please do basic Islamic Sharia? She has to go through her turban hijab phase. Yeah, exactly. It's a journey, right? What a useless essay. It's a yes or no question. Habibti wakes up talking about, I wear what I want, my body, my choice. Habibti, you're not in America. Yeah. Okay. Anywho. If the man can't be Khalifa of his household, Western Muslim families are cooked. Okay, what are the Superchats? Hey, Brother Arsalan, Jazakallah khair. It's very kind of you for your Super Chat and kind words. Appreciate it. I'll make sure my children are protected from fake Muslims. May Allah save us from them. Ameen. What to do when family members do not listen when I call out what is haram and they continuously disagree no matter what, i.e. gendered segregation? Depends on if you have authority over your family member. Like if your parents are doing it, you can just advise them. If your children are doing it, you have authority over your children. So you can exercise that authority and stop them from doing something wrong. If it's your wife, you have authority. You can stop her from doing something that's wrong. Now, obviously, the law in the West has changed so that you have no authority. They have this idea of controlling behavior. So if you tell your wife, yeah, I don't want you to sleep with the neighbors, literally like sleep with the neighbors, that's controlling behavior. Soon that will fall under controlling behavior. So you have to be careful. But if it's a religious wife, then you should appeal to taqwa, you should appeal to hellfire, you should appeal to sins like what you're doing is sinful in the sight of Allah. You should shame her for this kind of violation of Islamic law. But you should be very careful about what the laws say, like, because eventually they're going to say shaming is not allowed. You can't even shame your wife by saying like, yeah, honey, I don't think you should be sleeping with my brother or with your cousin. I don't think you should be, doing X, Y, or Z. This is zina. This is haram. Oh, you're shaming me. This is controlling behavior. I'm going to take you to court and take half of your wealth. Soon that's going to be like, the feminists are already expanding this. So like if I had a fatwa site like this, I would lay these things out. I would say that you have authority. This is what Islam says about authority. This is what the Sharia says about the authority of the husband. The Sharia says things like الرجال قوامون على النساء, and Allah says وَاضْرِبُوهُنَّ, right? وَاضْرِبُوهُنَّ, that's a command. This is what Allah says as authority. But you have local laws that you have to follow. There's a feminist system that is out to destroy family and to prevent you from having a family at all, having a wife, marriage is being destroyed. That's what my fatwa site would say, instead of dancing around the issue, because you're not teaching Islam that way. Jazakallah khair for your super chats. Brother Yaqub, really appreciate it. Brother Abdurrahman, appreciate it. Can I share wife school with family? Yeah, you can share. Every household can share our courses. So if you want to know about traditional marriage in Islam, take wife school through Alasna, our very popular course. And you can share it with your wife. You can share it with your kids, your household, no problem. This is why we don't give women access to scholarship. They give this emotional feminist fatwa. Dili Hussein should understand this and see this. Yeah, he needs to understand a lot of things. Okay, let's continue the super chats later. There's so many. Appreciate it, guys. Keep them coming because we're going to go through all of the relevant ones. Okay, back to the fatwa. Okay, another hijab one. Will Allah hold me accountable for my wife and sister not observing hijab? My wife says her prayer regularly, but she's not serious about maintaining her hijab while going outside or meeting with non-Mahrams or her cousins. I continuously order, request, advise her to maintain hijab properly, but she doesn't do it. Shall I be held accountable for this on the Day of Judgment, although I always ask her to do so? Also, shall I be held accountable for my sister who's married and is not maintaining hijab properly? So, individual accountability. Each soul is paid in full for what it did, and he is best aware of what they do. This is from the Quran. Dear questioner, please rest assured that you'll not be held accountable for the sins of your wife and your sister. You'll be held accountable for your own deeds. I sincerely advise you to drop the topic of hijab altogether. Work on cultivating a deeper connection with your wife. Romance her. Appreciate her, help her feel loved and supported. Learn how to play with her, just like the Prophet ﷺ did with his wives. It's possible to deeply love someone and hate their sins. We all sin. Nagging your wife or sister about their hijab may end up driving them further away. Find ways to inspire them instead, and the best inspiration is your own excellent character. Improving your character. I encourage you to look inwards. Again, so the same script. You know, how can you influence your wife? Like give her foot massages, you know, soothe her troubled heart. Or no, and this is saying, this is may Allah soothe your troubled heart. How can you be a better husband? How can you be of more service to her? How can you show your appreciation for her? Okay. His wife and his sister is not observing hijab. So this poor guy, he's doing the right thing. He's telling him, he's ordering it, he's requesting it, he's advising it. And he has limitations because he's probably living in the West and he has to be careful not to violate these feminist laws. So he's doing what he can. And the answer is correct in the sense that he's not going to be accountable if they continue to disobey. But the sincere advice is to drop the topic altogether. Wow. Okay. So these are contradictory. Like even the answers, like this answer is clearly contradictory to the one that we read before about being a dayuth. So subhanAllah, it's like it depends on where you land on the site, you'll get completely opposite answers. Dealing with my husband having female Facebook friends. So this is like, now it's the husband who is the problem. I have a husband and we're constantly having the same conversation about gender interaction in Islam. He insists on adding female friends on Facebook, saying they are my friends from primary high school age 8 to 18 and that they're married. I have advised and explained to him the rulings of it, yet he doesn't understand and doesn't want to. It's killing me inside knowing that he chats to these women and that he has the opportunity to look at their photos. I tell him I don't like it, but he continues. Please help. So this is another Ustaz, Zainab Ansari. Dear sister, thank you for your question. I pray this message finds you well. My suggestion would be to overlook your husband's Facebook friends unless you have some strong basis for believing his interactions with these women are inappropriate. So here she is pouring her heart out. My husband is like chatting up his Facebook friends, these women, and he's adding them as friends too. And I've explained to him the ruling of it. So she's knowledgeable enough to explain the ruling. And then the suggestion of the Shaykha, the Ustaza, is to overlook it. Unless you have some strong basis for believing that the interactions are inappropriate. Like, what? Like that, the inappropriateness was expressed in the question. Like she is saying that it's inappropriate. It's, my husband is adding female friends. I can understand why you're concerned. Ideally, a man would only have males in his social network and women would only have females. The reality, however, is that social media has made it possible to network and communicate with members of the opposite sex in ways that would not have been possible in traditional Muslim societies. The way to handle that is not by banning your husband from Facebook or resenting his female friends. Don't resent him. The way to handle it is to establish parameters. Islam mandates ways to interact with the opposite sex wherein modesty is maintained. So you can be modest with your Facebook friends chatting with the opposite sex. It's modesty to chat, with the opposite sex on Facebook. You can remind your husband of this important point, but do so in a way that is pleasant. Another point to be aware of is that husbands and wives come into marriage with their own unique history and backgrounds, including friends. You can't do anything about the fact your husband went to school with females and seems to want to stay in touch with them. He just wants to stay in touch with his girlfriends, with all those female buddies. He just wants to stay in touch. You can't control him on that. This is a part of who he was before he married you. What you can do is make sure his screen time is not interfering with your married life, your family time, your worship, and your time to really connect as a couple. What you can do is remind your husband that women need to feel safe in their marriage. Is he making you feel safe with his behavior? Probably not. If that's the case, he needs to interact with his Facebook friends on the basis of Islamic adab. And keep in mind that the real friends in our lives are those with whom we share hearth and home. Yeah, make sure you have this babe on Facebook or Instagram. Make sure you use Islamic adab when you slide into her DMs. Don't just say, sup girl. Say, assalamu alaikum girl. Don't say, what's up? What you doing? What's going on? Don't just say that when you're talking to your female friends on Facebook or Instagram, when you're DMing them. Say, mashallah, you're so beautiful, sister. Don't just say, oh, you look so good in that picture. Like, heart. Don't do that. Say, mashallah, like. The Islamic adab of interacting with your female buddies. When you're in the Islamic adab of sliding into her DMs. I hope they teach a course like that at Seeker's Guidance. Maybe Ustaz, Shaykha, Zainab, Dr. Zainab can tell us, the adab, the ihsan of sliding into her DMs. Okay, this is quite ridiculous. So let's see. I need to go pray, but there are many more fatwa. We're just scratching the surface, by the way. You think this is bad? We're just scratching the surface. The depth of this nonsense is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they're like marketing themselves as the traditional conservative Islamic answers, fatwa. It's absolutely shocking. So let me go take a break. Let me go pray. Let's see. What should I... Do we even have anything? I don't have anything to share with you while I go pray. So you'll just have to look at an empty screen, unfortunately. So just bear with me. I will be right back and we will continue, inshallah. Okay, Bismillah. I'm back. So, how are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling about this fatwa site? Had enough yet? Had enough of American Islam? RAND Islam? We're just getting started. Okay. No, we're not just getting started. I mean, we're halfway through, but let's continue. How can I stop feeling lust for my brother's wife? Okay, what does this say? This is answered by Sheikh Abdullah Misra. Okay, how can I stop feeling lust for my brother's wife as we live in the same house? You are not morally accountable for involuntary passing feelings, such as noting that someone is attractive, though that is not a free pass to pursue or approve of it. That initial feeling, which may be natural, should not be encouraged to grow into lust. This is the responsibility of the person who feels the desire to curtail acting on it or entertaining it before it becomes a temptation towards sin. Actively encouraging or acting on lust for someone other than one's spouse is a sin, as you know, let alone talking and interacting needlessly. It includes fantasizing, staring, admiring, unnecessarily being interested in or asking about the other person, or anything else that increases one's desire for them in conscious or subconscious ways. You should completely cut them out of your scope of concern for a while. Okay, sounds reasonable. The first thing one should do is check their thought processes and behavior. How did they allow those feelings to grow in the first place? They should then close those avenues, whether entertaining fancies in mind, casual interactions, flirtatious speech, or lingering gaze. Okay, that's good advice. The next thing is to ask yourself what the occasions and means provoke this lust. If it's needlessly spending time in a common area with the other person, they should avoid this. The same goes for chatting, texting, and so on. Okay, again, this is in contrast to the previous fatwa or answer that we read, which said, yeah, female Facebook friends, no problem. Like, don't be so harsh. It is okay to tell your brother or wife that as a man, you feel shy in front of the other non-mahram gender without admitting any attraction, of course, so they are aware of your religious standards and will not unnecessarily put you both in the same area. It also makes you behave with a higher sense of decorum, which often makes the other person behave better. Finally, remember that being alone in an enclosed space with a non-related member of the opposite gender is unlawful. Khalwa. This is the hadith I referred to earlier. The Prophet ﷺ said, forbade it, and when asked about a woman being alone with the brother-in-law, he replied, the brother-in-law is deaf. So very significant. Where was this hadith in the question specifically about that other, the wife flirting or talking to brother-in-laws? This means that the potential temptations and opportunities between in-laws are more than strangers because interactions are more frequent and less reserved. The same goes for privacy and messaging, joking, or having personal exchanges that could lead to emotional infidelity. Keep reminding yourself how sordid and low these desires are if acted upon. The biggest issue is that you are living in the same space. If the feelings are becoming disruptive and you don't have a way of maintaining private space and avoiding unnecessary contact, you need to think about eventually moving out into your own space as a potential solution. Okay, this all sounds great. Until then, if you have to deal with her, do so with formality and decorum, adab, without being awkward. Treat her matter-of-factly and don't linger. You will usually look at someone you speak to, so don't keep darting your gaze up and down, as that can actually increase attraction, but rather, when needed, look with purpose, straight in her eyes, alone, to speak your business, then turn away and move on. So this fatwa also took a nosedive at the end. So when you're speaking to her, just, don't look away, don't dart around your eyes, just look her straight in the eye, straight in the eye with decorum. So that's natural, that's natural. So this is the weird thing. Like, you have, everything is making sense. And then at the end is like, what? Didn't you say like lower the gaze? Like, wasn't that one of the things that you mentioned? Like, you were warning about the lingering gaze. Okay, so maybe it's fine to look in the eyes, But look for how long while you're talking to her? Like, isn't that lingering gaze? So just weird answers. Some less egregious, some more egregious. My wife has confessed to having an affair. What should I do? Ustaz Raida says, or the question is, what should I do as a Muslim husband after my wife has admitted to having an affair with someone on a single occasion? How should I deal with it? The answer, dear questioner, I'm sorry for the anger, hurt, and devastation you may be feeling about your wife's affair. I cannot tell you how to deal with this great tribulation. This will depend on you, the current state of your marriage, and how you wish to move forward. Hold on one second. Let's see. What I suggest is for you to make space for feelings of anger, grief, loss, and whatever else rises within you. Suppressing these feelings will only hurt you in the long run. Do what you need to grieve without lashing out at your wife. Never. Never lash out. And work on letting these strong feelings go. Get over it, man. Get over it. What is it? It's been like a day. It's a day. Come on. You're still lingering on this affair? Don't lash out. Just let it go. It may be very beneficial for you and your wife to attend culturally sensitive marriage counseling. The fact that your wife has had an affair even once signals that there exist deep emotional, spiritual, and perhaps physical rifts within your marriage. Basically implying that maybe you're the problem. Do you want to stay married, or do you feel that you cannot forgive your wife? It is possible for your marriage to grow and heal from this. It's also possible that your marriage cannot survive this. This depends on both you and your wife. It'll take great courage, forgiveness, and compassion for you to forgive her and move past her affair. If it's handled well, this experience can be transformational for both you and a means for both of you and a means of attaining higher ranks in Jannah. So remember, don't lash out. Don't make her feel bad. Just explain to her very calmly, honey, I'm a little bit sad that you were sleeping around. It's making me sad. I'm angry a little bit. I don't want to lash out at you, God forbid, but I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of angry. Let's go to counseling. My wife had an affair. We have a young daughter. What do I do? Same Shaykha. My wife had an affair with her coworker, but she refuses to quit her job. When I check her phone location, she's not where she says she'll be. Ours was a love marriage. She was a Christian before she embraced Islam. We have a young daughter whom I love very much. What do I do about my wife and daughter? Okay, so this is like a coworker that is the other man. Let's see. Spying. So she cites the Quran. Oh, you have believed. Avoid much negative assumption. Indeed, some assumption is sin. And do not spy or backbite each other. Would one of you like to eat the flesh of his brother when dead? You would detest it and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is accepting of repentance and merciful. Where's the suspicion? There's no suspicion in this. This is... She had an affair. Like, that's a fact that is being stated in the question. So it's not like he's suspicious of her. Okay, so she says, why is she citing this verse? I'm so sorry to hear that your wife has betrayed your trust and continues to do so. You cannot control what she does, but you can control what you do. Please bear in mind that it is impermissible for you to spy on her. So this is the verse of tajassus, spying, backbiting, which we know, but this is something she's already done. She's already cheating. So I think it's fine in that case to hold her accountable. The phone, by the way, that you bought for her, probably, to track and like, where are you going? Like, me and my daughter are at home. Where are you going? You're saying you're at work, working late, but your phone is saying that you're in some other neighborhood. Like, what's going on? The Ustaza says, do not spy on her. Don't you know the Quran? Don't you know the ayah? I cannot imagine how frustrating that must be for you. So consider this. Is your current strategy working? Is cross-examining her and finding out that she's lying bringing you both closer or further apart? What can you do differently to break this futile pattern? You're the problem. The reason that she is cheating on you with her coworker, it's because of you. You're just not being nice, or you're not being the kind of husband that she needs emotionally. You're at fault. Please sit down and have an honest discussion with your wife. Does she want to stay married to you? If she does, then what can you both do to rekindle your affection and increase trust and forgiveness? Yeah, maybe she doesn't want to stay married to you. You know, you dropped about, thousands of dollars on the mahar, thousands of dollars on the wedding. You're putting her, maybe you bought a house for your family, your new child, your daughter. Yeah, maybe she's just not feeling it anymore. She's not feeling it. Yeah. I like Chad at the office a lot better than you, actually. So sorry. Yeah. Throw everything that you've spent, all the time that you've spent, all the resources, all the emotion, just throw that in, just flush that down. She's not interested anymore. If she does not want to stay married to you, then it's better for you to end the marriage than drag this out. If she's undecided, then encourage her to do the prayer of guidance up to 7 times about what to do next. So I guess pray istikhara. Please exhaust every option to save your marriage, but bear in mind that you cannot force her to stay and remain faithful to you. You can't force her. So imagine, so this seeker's guidance is read by Muslims all over the world, not just in the West. And in some Muslim countries, guess what? If you're cheating and it's established, or there's a confession, like in this case, it seems like his wife is not even apologetic. She's not even, trying to hide it at a certain point, right? Because she refuses to quit her job. So it's like she's defiantly cheating on him. Guess what? The punishment for that is, according to Islamic law, what does the Sharia say? Stoning. That's what the Sharia says. Obviously, there's hardly any country that's actually applying the Sharia. But you couldn't understand what the had is if you read Seeker's Guidance. Seeker's Guidance is not telling you any of these details. The actual details of Islamic law, the Sharia, that's irrelevant. What matters is that, guess what? You cannot force her to stay and remain faithful to you. You can't force her. People can do whatever they want, whenever they want. That's Islam. Now, if it's the case that, okay, how about explicating the had, explicating the gravity of cheating on your spouse in Islam, adultery? The gravity is that it comes with the death penalty, capital punishment. And then you acknowledge that, well, most countries, you have to have a country that actually has a criminal system based off of the Sharia that will have authorities and a judge who can prosecute, and you have to have 4 witnesses or confession or whatever. All those details lay that out and say, well, most countries you won't find this. So given that, proceed as such. That's the kind of answer that is correct to convey the gravity of what's going on. But no, instead you get this feminist trash, this feminist drivel. Go see a counselor. This is the kind of Islam that they're pushing. Now here's a shocking one. This one was so shocking, actually, that they deleted the answer. You can't really see, I don't think you can find this answer on their site anymore. But this is the archived version. It's from 2017, also answered by Ustaza Ra'ida. And the question is, let me just expand it. Question says, I've committed fornication several times and now I'm pregnant Will Allah forgive me? The boy I committed zina with wants us to marry, but I cannot break my parents' heart. They will not allow me to marry him because he's of a lower class, does not have a job, and is illiterate. I come from a middle class family. Can I abort this baby and move on with my life? So, shocking scenario, but sometimes it happens. May Allah protect us. The answer, so let's see. Referencing the hadith, Allah created 100 mercies and he placed one mercy amongst his creation. They show mercy to one another by it, and there are 99 mercies with Allah. So reminding her of the mercy of Allah. Okay, no problem. Then she says, dear sister, the doors of forgiveness are open for you and always will be. You have committed a major sin, but trust that Allah can help you turn your life around. All you need to do is start with sincere repentance. Allah's mercy is tremendous, so never lose hope in him. I pray that Allah helps you turn your life around and brings you ever closer to him. Abortion. There is a difference of opinion on this very sensitive issue. Imam Ibn Hajar's position is that abortion is always unlawful. Imam Ramli said it's unlawful after 120 days, but permissible before that. Really? But Sheikh Muhammad Bashir al-Haddad pointed out that both parents must consent to the abortion as the child is part of both of them. So this is a very bizarre presentation of the positions. 120 days, that's 4 months. So you're in the second trimester. You can just abort. And Imam Ramli says, yeah, no problem. This is permissible. This is a shadh. If that is what Imam Ramli has said, this is a very shadh view, anomalous. And it should not be taken for fatwa. You don't base fatwa on just some shadh opinion that you find. What is the actual position of the Shafi'i school, of the Hanafi school, or whatever that you're following? So she's saying, so then let's listen to this. You've made a mistake and you do not have to make it worse by continuing this pregnancy. Please do not feel pressured into getting married to this young man. You have up until 4 months of pregnancy to decide whether or not you want to keep your baby. Look at how callously it's even put. Whether you want to keep your baby, you can decide to dump it or not. Do you want to keep your baby? Yeah, I don't want to keep my baby. Yeah, I don't want to keep it, so I'm just going to terminate. Whatever you decide, please ensure that you have the support of a culturally sensitive counselor. Either decision will impact you for the rest of your life. Yeah, if you cut out the baby. Please prefer the prayer of guidance to help you decide how to move forward. Whatever Allah makes easier for you is the path for you. Whatever Allah makes difficult, that's your path. You have said that your parents will not allow you to marry this young man. Raising a child is a lifelong responsibility and you'll need as much help as possible. I do not recommend going against your parents' wishes and eloping. Your parents, this is a low-class street gutter trash. You can't marry him. You can't marry him. Apparently her parents were not around when she was committing the zina. But now the guy wants to marry her. She's carrying his baby, his child. Yeah, now go by what your parents want. This will break your parents' heart. And that is a major sin. Above and beyond that, it's unwise for you to lose your most loving and stalwart supporters. Every new bride needs support. Being newly married, far away from your family, and newly pregnant is a terrible thing to bear alone. Oh, poor babies. God forbid she has to bear anything alone. Oh, these are the consequences for my behavior. Are you telling me I have to bear the consequences of my own behavior and choices? No, I don't want to. If this young man is serious about getting married to you, then ask him to take the honorable path by having him speak to your parents. If they say no, like you say they will, then grieve this loss and please go your separate ways. This is a clear negative istikhara. I thought that was assumed, the guy that she was sleeping with is going to marry her and the parents are going to know about it. And he's basically going to get their permission. Especially given the fact that she's pregnant with his child. I encourage you compatibility. So now you have to think about compatibility. Please reflect on the points raised in this book before you choose who to marry. As much as you can, I urge to marry someone who is spiritually, emotionally, and physically compatible with you. You realize now the grave consequences that come with following your heart and abandoning the warnings of the Sharia. But you told her to follow her heart already. You said like, oh, pray istikhara, and then if you don't want to, you choose that you don't want to carry the baby after 4 months, then yeah, cut it out. Cut out the baby from your stomach. Yeah. So you're still telling her to follow her desires. Learn from your mistakes and please choose your husband wisely. A sincere repentance wipes away your sins, so you are worthy of a good, righteous, and loving husband. By the way, don't tell your future husband that you had this whole ordeal. It's obligatory for you to conceal your past sins. This means that you must not tell your prospective husband that you were pregnant from another man and or had an abortion. If you were married and then divorced, then it would be obligatory for you to divulge that because marriage and divorce are halal. Zina is not. So you have to hide it, lie about it, basically. In other places, they say lie. If you're asked, oh, by the way, were you ever pregnant? Just lie. Just lie. Pregnancy affects like the body and the health. And it affects the ability, an abortion. If you get an abortion, that affects your ability to have children in the future, right? And by the way, abortion is deeply traumatic psychologically. Oh, I thought you were a culturally sensitive counselor. Like, don't you know how traumatic an abortion can be psychologically? And then she's going to take that into her new marriage and unload basically all of these psychological issues on her unsuspecting husband. He's like, honey, what's going on? She's like, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry. There's nothing. Were you like having this problem before? Or they go to the doctor and the doctor asks like, it seems like you've gone through an abortion. Is that the case? She's like, no. Like, how are you going to lie about that? So this is a crazy answer. Crazy. And her response, please nourish your heart and remember Allah. Yeah, that's good advice. After you tell her like more important things like, hello, what are you doing? So this answer was so bad. So it was on the site, like checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz. Like, oh, who is that Sheikh Faraz student who says that he's so traditional and so he doesn't have a liberal bone in his body. But this answer, this atrocious answer, is checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani. This answer was so atrocious because myself and others pointed it out that they deleted it from their site. They deleted this answer. No retraction, no correction, no apology. They didn't even, and this Ustaza, her answers are still all over the site, like pollution. And this is Sheikh Faraz. Sheikh Faraz Rabbani. So who is this Shaykha, by the way? This Ustaza telling women to abort their pregnancies. If the guy that you committed zina with is low class, he's kind of like gutter trash, yeah, probably it's a good idea to abort. Don't marry him, obviously. But if he's a Chad, making 6 figures, he's tall, dreamy, drives a nice car, then I say go for it. Yeah, follow your heart. Follow your heart. This is but what the advice amounts to, isn't it? Because she didn't invoke any principles for this advice. She didn't invoke any. She just has this vague reference to Imam Ramli, which all these liberals refer to, but many have questioned, like, what is this reference? This is not, Imam Ramli is not telling women to just abort whenever they feel like, as long as it's prior to 120 days. That's not what Imam Ramli in the Shafi'i school is saying, but that's how they're presenting it, to basically make abortion this halal thing. Oh, it's just up to you, your body, your choice. As long as it's earlier than the second trimester or 120 days. SubhanAllah, this is like poison. So Ustaza has spent almost 2 years in Jordan. Wow! Almost 2 years. Not even 2 full years. Almost. And in those less than 2 years, what did this Shaykha learn? She learned Shafi'i fiqh. Wow. She didn't even start Shafi'i fiqh. She learned Shafi'i fiqh as if it's like she learned it all. She learned Shafi'i fiqh. She learned Arabic, Sirah, Aqidah, tasawwuf. Oh, that's why she's always talking about check yourself first. She's telling all the men to look inside. Your wife is cheating on you. Look inside yourself. That's the tasawwuf training that she got in Jordan. Tafsir and tajweed. Wow, all in less than 2 years. This is some kind of prodigy. This is some kind of polymath. Wow, talk about an empowered female scholar, the female genius of the ummah. She continues to study with her teachers in Malaysia and online through Seekers Hub Global. Oh, I guess she's Sheikh Faraz's student. She graduated with a psychology and English degree from the University of New South Wales. She was a volunteer as a hospital chaplain for 5 years and has completed a diploma of counseling from the Australian Institute of Professional Counselors. She lives in Malaysia with her husband, daughter, and mother-in-law. Wow, okay, now I see how qualified she is to address these questions. Great job, Faraz Rabbani, putting such an eminent Shaykha on your site to answer these important questions. Wow, she's almost as good as Ingrid Mattson. Like, she's like, if you put Ingrid Mattson as the top Shaykha, then I think that Ustaz Ra'ida is like right below, don't you think? You know, maybe that's the silsila. That's the chain of empowered female Shaykhas. So then you can go to this Shaykha's site, and she has some interesting biographical details. So Ra'ida, this is her site, is a detective fiction young adult, fantasy, sci-fi classics, and poetry enthusiast. Amazing. So she lived in Amman, Jordan from 2009 to 2011, studied Islamic sciences with traditional scholars, blah, blah, blah. She returned to Sydney at the cusp of the Arab Spring. Shortly after, she married her best friend. Oh, isn't that so cute? She married her best friend, her best boyfriend, you know. They're just friends, obviously, just friends. But they got married, you know, her best friend. Isn't that great when you can marry your best friend as a Shaykha? You know, and this was after, so she's studying traditional Islamic sciences, and then afterwards she has a guy friend who's her best friend, and they get married. So I guess all the tasawwuf you studied with traditional scholars, you didn't learn that you can't really have a best friend of the opposite sex, like a non-mahram. Like, did you not learn that? And you learned Shafi fiqh. That's what the biography said on the site. You learned Shafi fiqh. Is there any kitab or bab in any of those books that you studied that maybe touched on this issue? Guess not. Guess not. So her writing has been published in SB, Voices, Muslim Matters, Sisters Magazine, The Feminist Wire, Daily Life, Lip Mag, The Elephant Journal, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so these are the shaykhas, the ustazas. Remember that, like when someone says, like, we need more shaykhas, this is what they mean. This is what they mean with more shaykhas. Looked at that, looked at that, looked at that. Okay, let's get back to the fatwa. Oh, another one from Ustaza Ra'ida. I am severely depressed because I live with an abusive mother-in-law. I've decided to leave my husband, but I'm pregnant. Can I have an abortion? This is still on the site. So the answer, your mother-in-law sounds extremely toxic. Why? What makes you think that she's extremely toxic? She just said, I live with an abusive mother-in-law. So, okay, she said abusive. So without any detail. But anyway, you have rights to private living quarters, especially as she's causing you so much harm. I encourage you and your husband to read this article, A Wife's Right to Housing Separate from Her In-Laws. So how about, like, what constitutes abuse? Just because she says it's abusive, like, what does that mean? Like, my mother-in-law asked me to make her tea. Is that abuse? My mother-in-law asked me to wash the dishes. Is that abuse? Or do you mean your mother-in-law is like smacking you and telling you, yeah, you have to wash my feet day and night or whatever? Like, what is abuse? Like, you don't address that. You just take it for granted and leave it general. This is very problematic. It's very, very problematic because people will just read into it what they want to read into it. Your role, if you have a fatwa site, is to clarify, is to teach, is to explain people who don't know the sacred law. They don't know the Sharia. They don't know the expectations and the rights and responsibilities within a marriage and how to interact with your family members or your in-laws. So you have to teach that instead of just saying, oh, that sounds extremely toxic. It's not like she gave details. She just used one word, abusive. So what does that actually mean? Does your husband know that you're considering divorcing him and terminating your pregnancy? Would you be willing to stay married to him if you both moved out and set firm boundaries with your mother-in-law? You say that you love him and he's a good man who struggles to set boundaries with his mom. This is a very common issue and there are solutions. Please don't give up hope. Often the birth of a baby softens hearts, even those of mother-in-laws. Perhaps the news of an impending grandchild will soften your heart. In your scenario, especially as your mother-in-law verbally abuses over the phone, it is permissible for you to block her number, not answer her calls, not visit her. This applies until you reach a point of mental stability again. Your husband is obligated to visit her and keep ties with her. Your priority is that of your health and your babies. At the very minimum, please go away for a while. Just you, your husband, and your baby. Please take a break from this constant barrage of emotional abuse. You sound so worn out and desperate for a way out. Please have an open and honest conversation with your husband about needing his love and support in order to get through this. Did the question say anything about calls? So maybe they abridged the question because the answer is saying, you know, your mother-in-law verbally abuses you over the phone. So that's not in the question, but that's significant. Like, you're leaving out details. You're leaving out details, and then this is going to be taken more generally. Like, oh, my mother-in-law is abusive, quote unquote. What does that exactly mean? But you've abridged it. So that can be very misleading. Okay, so professional help. I urge you to speak to a compassionate doctor and culturally sensitive counselor. Notice how they never say Muslim counselor. Not that that would be like, presumably a Muslim counselor would be better, but unfortunately many of these Muslim counselors are like Raida herself. She took that counseling degree, so they're people like her she's constantly telling you, go see a counselor, a culturally sensitive counselor, a Muslim counselor, whatever. It's constantly telling her to see people like me and pay that person. Tell your doctor that you're pregnant and ask for suitable antidepressants. So you're pregnant and you're taking antidepressants because your mother-in-law abused you, quote unquote, and apparently that means verbal abuse. So how is she verbally abusing you? Don't you think that that's a little extreme? So there was a chat earlier that was joking, like they're going to make weed halal, like smoke a blunt, smoke a joint because you're stressed out because of all of the pressure of marriage. Like that's basically what she's saying. Like take drugs, take antidepressants. Book a session with a counselor and explain how you're at your wit's end and you're willing to terminate your pregnancy. Please come to a state of better mental clarity before deciding to divorce your husband and terminating your pregnancy. Like those are all on the table. She doesn't say, by the way, that you don't have the right to divorce your husband and you don't have the right to terminate your pregnancy without your husband's permission. She doesn't bother saying that. It's all up to you, and what you and your counselor, basically. You, counselor, and hopefully a compassionate doctor will dope you up full of antidepressants. And that's gonna give you mental clarity when you're hopped up on antidepressants to make this decision to terminate your pregnancy and divorce your husband. Both choices have lifelong consequences on your spiritual, mental, and emotional health. It sounds like you're under tremendous stress, and it's only natural to want to escape. Oh, poor baby. Even better, please ask your husband to come to counseling with you so he can get grilled by the counselor about not doing enough and whatever. Okay. So if you're still, okay, so she does talk about khula here. If you're still set on getting a divorce from your husband, then either ask for a khula and return your mahar to him, or ask him to make one pronouncement of talaq. This way, there is still the possibility of both of you remarrying later on. Your mother-in-law might pass away, or she might make her repentance and leave you in peace. Fingers crossed that she kicks the bucket. So this is the advice that we're reading here. So let's see. This is the same paragraph about abortion. Imam Ramli says you can do it before 120 days. Okay. I'm concerned if you go ahead with an abortion, you may come to regret it. Please find a way to take the edge off your depression before you make this final call. I'm so sorry that you've suffered so much and reached this point of despair. Please keep making dua for ease, perform the prayer of need, and remember that Allah is the turner of hearts. He created life and death and can soften your mother-in-law's heart. I hope this will bring you some comfort. So let me just make clear that, yes, I know there can be bad mother-in-laws. I'm not being insensitive to women. Yes, I know, sisters watching this, some mother-in-laws can be a pain. I get it. I'm not minimizing your feelings or your experience. Yes, I know there are legitimately, in terms of the Sharia, a mother-in-law can violate the rights of her daughter-in-law. She can, and that's wrong. That is haram. And if that is the case, you are absolutely right to be upset, to be angry, depressed. That is within your rights, because your legitimate rights are being violated by this woman. So I'm not trying to minimize that. But what are those conditions? Like, what are those lines that are crossed? What is actual abuse? You won't get it from this article. All you get from this fatwa or article or answer from 2016, so it's been up for 8 years, is that, oh, your mother-in-law is abusing you, whatever that means. Well, you need to start taking antidepressants. You need to consider divorce. You need to consider abortion. So this is not helping anyone. This is not guiding anyone. This is not providing actual... This is just telling women that your feelings are all that matter. And your feelings and what you want, your desires... How can we just make you as comfortable as possible in every situation? And any time that you're sad or someone's mean to you, that means that we have to basically go through hell and high water to make sure that you are as comfortable and accepted and self-actualized as possible. And sometimes you have to use drugs for that. You have to use antidepressants for that. Sometimes you have to demand a divorce. Sometimes you have to get a abortion. And yeah, even in the khula, she didn't say that your husband has the right to refuse. Like, your husband can say, sorry, no, I'm not gonna divorce you. That's obviously not mentioned. It's outrageous. Now here's another answer that was so bad that they had to delete it off the site. Is polygamy really allowed? So this is an archived version by this guy, this Ustav. I'm doubting Islam because I've been told that it allows secret marriages to second wives. How is this allowed? Why is it not adultery? Can a divorced woman with children have secret marriages to a man who is married with children, meeting up at different places with no second home setup, as she is at home with her kids and he is home with his kids and first wife? And then this bombshell. The general ruling for polygamy in our times is that it's impermissible. because of the inevitable harm which comes about from such relationships, particularly amongst those who are not accustomed to such practices. You heard it here, folks. Polygyny is haram. It's impermissible in our times. Why? Because of maslahah. Because there's so much harm that comes in our times. So it's now haram. You can basically nullify all of Islam in this way. Nullify all of Islam because of this kind of calculus. That, well, there's so much harm that comes. The harm of a man having a second wife. Oh, it's the worst. The worst thing possible. Think about her feelings, though. Her feelings. She's going to be so sad. Women have to get whatever they want. A woman can never be sad in this world. We have to change Islam because women could be sad. Have you thought about her feelings? It's haram. Yeah, guys, I don't want to deal with women being sad. Let's just say it's haram and get it over with. Do I have to write a whole fatwa, a whole answer addressing this situation? I'm tired. It's haram. Let's just get it over with. It's just too complicated. It's just too much hassle, too much sad women, too much women's tears. It's haram. This is the seeker's guidance approach to fatwa. Imagine something that is halal, that Allah is giving you permission to do, and sometimes you might be required to get a second wife. By the way, sometimes getting multiple wives is wajib. Newsflash, did you guys know that? In all the madhab, because what if you have that level of desire? Your level of desire is so high, and there are some guys like this, and some will argue most guys are like this, okay? That your level of desire is so high that you need more than one wife. Listen to, our Ustad Gabriel Romani, and he'll say all guys, or most 99% of guys, their desire is such that they need multiple wives. Therefore, it becomes wajib if there's a danger of falling into zina or doing something impermissible, then it's wajib. You need to, and you have the ability to get married and provide for two wives and meet their rights and treat them equally or equitably, whatever, then it becomes wajib, actually. But no, seeker's guidance says haram. So this is shocking, no? And here, this is why I said that don't use islamqa.org. Islamqa.info, yes. That's fine. That's good. Islamqa.org, no. Why? Because they're a kind of fatwa bank. Look at this. 93,000 answers because they're just taking from all these sites and compiling it on one site. So they have a bunch of seekers guidance fatwa here. And this polygamy being haram. Wait, is this the same one? This is a different one. Yeah, see? Polygamy, on the other hand, is not unconditionally permitted for most people in our times. It may well be impermissible and sinful. You're going to get, well, that's what haram means, basically. Like, if you do it, you're going to get sin. So, checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz. There's not a liberal bone in Sheikh Faraz's body, by the way. So, this is Islam QA. So, Islam QA, hopefully, if they want to gain some credibility back, they should purge all of these seekers guidance answers from their site. Like, just dump all of them just to be safe. Just to be safe. You won't be able to review like their 10,000s, maybe tens of thousands of answers. Just be safe. Purge it. But yeah. So, and this is up. So even though they deleted this other answer because it got too much heat, it appears that they've deleted it. you can still find this answer up just on another site, or a similar ruling. It's not permissible. It's sinful if you get a second wife. Think about her feelings. Can I accept the proposal of a married man? Question. A man wants to marry me and keep it secret from his first wife. He already married the woman of his mother's choosing, and she lives with his mother back in his home country. I'm in a bad financial straits and really need to get married quickly. What do I do? So she is willing to be a second wife. She needs the money. Here comes a guy who's willing to support her as a second wife. Dear sister, I strongly discourage you from pursuing this marriage. It's far wiser for you to marry a man who will introduce you to his family and honor you as you deserve to be honored. If you were to marry him and fall pregnant, what would happen to your child? Would he keep your child secret too from his first wife and his family? Please think about the long-term consequences. If you marry this man and he dies while he is with his first wife, then you and your children may not see your portion of the inheritance. So far, I think that is sensible advice. Yeah, if it's a secret, why is it secret? Why is this a problem? There's something to say about trying to avoid being a secret second wife. Okay, so I mean, these are reasonable considerations. Let's continue. You're right to be concerned for this man's first wife. It's deeply unjust for her to only see her husband once a year. How is he able to fulfill her physical and emotional needs? It is also unjust and cowardly of him to go behind her back and propose to you. Excuse me? Why is it unjust? So this is a new requirement that all of the compassionate imams have taught, that, oh, you have to have the permission of your first wife. If your first wife does not approve, then how dare you even think about marrying a second wife? Excuse me, what is this, like, fiqh? Like, where is the fiqh on this? Where is the fatwa? Like, where are the historical rulings on this, by the way? And we're looking for a citation. It sounds like he's unsatisfied with his first marriage. Instead of making the commitment to work things out with his wife, he's looked outside of his marriage for solace and started an affair with you. What does this tell you about his character? Man, so judgmental. So the guy doesn't get any husn dhann. The guy doesn't get any benefit of the doubt, I guess, with Ustaza. I urge you to pray the istikhara prayer. Please heed the signs. Okay. The fatwa of major Arab and Indo-Pak scholars is that it's generally wrong and unwise in our times to marry a second wife without consulting wise and knowledgeable scholars, even though it is in itself permitted because of the harm and mess that inevitably results. So it's permitted there. So that this is a italicization. So I don't think that this was in the original answer. They've added it. But still, it's saying it's generally wrong and unwise. Yeah, okay, yeah, it could be unwise. Definitely, depending on the context. Is it wrong? What are you saying wrong at? Like, why are you translating as wrong? Haram? Sinful? Is it sinful if you don't get permission? Is it haram if you don't get permission from your first wife? Give us the hukm, but they're not. See, you are just using the word wrong. Generally wrong. This is not accurate. It's not precise. It's not scholarly. You're supposed to be traditional scholars, but you're saying it's generally wrong. Well, what does that mean? Like, it's a sin if I do it? Get married without permission of my first wife? So if you just left it at, it's usually, generally, it can be unwise. That's different than saying it's wrong. Unwise means like it's going to lead to a tough situation for you and it's not practical. Like, that's the advice sometimes I give to brothers who ask me. I say, generally, if you don't get, consultation with your first wife, you're setting yourself up for a lot of problems. So as a practical matter, I think it's best. But I never say, if you do this, it's wrong. it's wrong. The other fatwa said it's actually impermissible and sinful if you do so. So that's the difference, like between a actual practical answer and a simp answer, this is a soy answer. The harm to the first wife. Yeah, what about the harm to the husband? Does that matter? Okay, the troubles with the second wife when the first is upset. Yeah, there are troubles, but there are ways to solve that. Again, go to our Ustad, Gabriel Romani, and he'll give you a lot of solutions. Trust me. The harm of not giving both their legal, emotional, and material rights. Yeah, that's in general. That's the same with any marriage. Anywho. Okay, well, let's go to one more, I think, polygamy. Okay. Why are women not permitted to marry more than one husband in Islam? I know a lot of Muslim sisters, myself included, who are very confused about the reason why men are allowed to have multiple wives, up to 4. Is it because they have such an uncontrollable lust for women? I am confused because many women, myself included, lust for men just as strong. Oh, really? I know many women who wish they could have more male partners. Oh, really? So why is it that only men are allowed 4 wives? How come no one addresses female sexual desire? This is probably like from a teenage girl who doesn't understand anything. I mean, what can I say? Like, you think that desire, like woman's desire is the same as a man's? No, they're fundamentally different. Men's desire is a desire for diversity, for example, and quantity. Women's desire is for quality. They want to be with the Chad. They want to be with one Chad. Yeah, they might want to hop around or monkey branch to another Chad, but it's still one at a time, whereas men are different. Men can desire multiple women at the same time. There's a very fundamental difference between men and women. So what's the answer? Men and women are different, and the Sharia is vast and wise enough to encompass that throughout the different stages of human history. The ruling of 4 wives was a limitation, a way to limit the even larger number of wives and concubines which were common to men during the time of revelation. Excuse me? There's a limit to concubines in Islam? This is new. There's not a limit. Excuse me, Shaykha, there's not a limit to the number of concubines. Concubines is all a matter of the money. You know, if we were in the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or we're under an Islamic state or Sharia, there's no limit on concubines. FYI for those who want to actually understand the Sharia. Let's see. In the modern context, it is highly inadvisable for a man to marry more than one wife. Polygamy in today's age opens the door to financial, emotional, and spiritual abuse. For example, irresponsible men keep their second wives secret from their first wives, causing so much heartache to all parties upon their death. So this is all maslaha reasoning. There's just too many harms. The mafasid are too great. Therefore, it is unwise, inadvisable, impermissible, sinful. These are all the terms that they're using. So it's going to cause heartache. The heartache. So it's haram. Women having heartache, that's the worst. Why polyandry is not permissible? Yeah, not found. I guess this is the one that they deleted. I click this link. Please refer to this article, why polyandry is not permissible. And they deleted it, but we just saw it before. Let's see. Female sexuality is important in Islam, even if it's too little written about. Many young Muslim women are unaware about their sexual rights and responsibilities, and this ignorance is perpetuated because they're too embarrassed to find out. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz. Yeah, so can a husband marry a second wife without his first wife's permission? Again, the fatwa of major Arab and Indo-Pak scholars is that it's generally wrong and unwise. Oh, so this is the answer. They just copy-pasted this and put it in that other article. So the harm to the first wife. What about the harm to the husband by being monogamous? Like, that's also harmful, potentially. The trouble with the second wife when the first is upset. Like, God forbid that any woman ever gets upset. So this is this Islam or is this soy Islam? That's my question to you all in the chat. What do you think? I'm like this. I should put like a disclaimer, a warning about this episode of Haqiqatjou. Like, your estrogen levels might be through the roof by just being exposed to these fatwa. Like, this is like a heavy dose of soy that you're getting by watching this and reading through these fatwa. Like, that's what I'm worried about. Exposure to too much estrogen. Okay, let's do super chats. Now I have to take another break. And then we're going to close out this episode strong with some of the most insane. Save the best for last for you guys. So let's go to super chats. Khalid Latif's Jummah sermons have been extremely deviant over the last few weeks. It's live streamed every Friday. Can you please listen in and provide a breakdown? Every Muslim Manhattanite is unfortunately without any other options. Okay, well, maybe people can link in the comments. I'll check it out, inshallah. Jazakallah khair for your super chat, brother. Thank you, Daniel. One of the few I listened to. Appreciate you. Please add captions in Farsi to spread your message. Yes, inshallah, one day. $20, Jazakallah khair. Nisa, or Niso. Refute progressive Islam on Haqiqatjou subreddit, maybe. That could be fun. I think you should open a Q&A website. Maybe. That's not my core competency. And, I'm not a mufti or anything. But there are plenty of reliable scholars that you can go to. Let's see. Parviz, appreciate your super chat. Jazakallah khair. Let's see. Please see our latest video, Clown World, inspired by your talks. Okay, I'll check it out. Inshallah. But what's the channel? Look up Gaining Citizenship on Seeker's Guidance. We'll see if we have time, but that will be interesting. Cash Money says, keep up the good work. And Hamza, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, guys. So stay with me because I've saved the best for last. You're going to be scandalized if you're not scandalized already. I know you have a lot of comments here. Let me actually look at a couple. Let's see. It's actually frightening to see Islam reform to such an extent. I agree, brother. This is soy liberalism. I agree. Best for last, so we still haven't seen anything. Okay. Too much government tap water is causing spikes in estrogen. Perhaps. Denying polygamy. This isn't even Islam anymore. Tweakers' misguidance shall be the name of the site. Mock it and do not pity it, and warn the lay people from the great dangers of these ignorant, deviant mice. Yeah, Tweakers' misguidance. That's pretty good, actually. You're tweaking on antidepressants before you get your abortion. Let's see. Thank God you're calling it out. So Roddy, commonly they tend to bring their premarital solutions to our circumstances that are impractical, pathetic, and unreal, and an insult to Islam. I agree. Notice how even they note they are from the subcontinent, are coming with their own desires, and they add Ustaz title before their names, and they do not say what Allah has taught us. I don't know what this is referring to. Chinese people, be respectful to Chinese people and all people. Islam Q&A is infiltrated by liberal Saudi scholars after they put the owner of the site in jail. Is that true? I don't think they've been infiltrated. I don't think Saudi controls Islam Q&A. They don't control it. If they did, they would have deleted 99% of the site. Unless proven otherwise, I think they're reliable. Okay, guys. So-called Ustadha. Let's see. Polygamy causes more harm to Muslim women than Muslim women going to universities. What does the chat think about this? First of all, how many people are getting married to a second, third, or fourth wife? I wish it was like common enough to be a problem, but when it comes to women going to universities, it's like the majority. Anyway. Okay, this is a good comment. Her feelings do matter, but not over his rights. And these fatwas are incorrect, and it's great work to expose them. But why make fun of her feelings? I'm not making fun of any particular person's feelings. If they're legitimate feelings, then they're legitimate. But we don't know because these questions are all anonymous, and so. I think it's fine to make fun of for the purposes of warning against these kinds of fatwa, this kind of mindset. It's fine to make fun of women. Like, don't simp out on this. If she has legitimate feelings, she's been legitimately oppressed, legitimately abused, then we should not make fun. You know, there was this case recently of someone who is getting beaten literally black and blue. Literally black and blue. Like, she had to go to the hospital because her piece of trash husband is hitting her in the head, literally causing brain damage, like bruising. And this is in the US. And they're like, well, what should we do? Like, these other women around, like her friends and family, like, what should we do? It's like, call the police. Call the police in this situation. She's being beaten black and blue. She's going to the hospital. She might die from this piece of trash, this garbage that is literally killing his wife. What do you mean? Like, call the police. You're not a feminist if you call the police to preserve your Islamic rights. So this is the lack of Islamic education. If you're being beaten black and blue where there is like a threat to your life, you're being harmed because there's like marks on your skin from him hitting you, that is not allowed in Islam. That is not allowed. And in this case, she had to go to the hospital and she's potentially getting brain damage. So call the police and get out. You have to preserve your life and limb. This is darura. You have to preserve your life and limb. And clearly this person is a criminal. Protect yourself. But there's this confusion like, oh, I don't want to be a feminist. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The feminism is like, oh, my husband won't allow me to go to the club at midnight, or he's mean to me because he says I should, not dress in tight pants and bend over at the gym, at the mixed gender gym. That's abuse. I'm calling the police. Like, that's feminism. Not your husband is beating you and you're having these bruises and you're having blood and you're falling and you're being harmed physically. That's not feminism. In that case, you need to save yourself. You need to protect yourself and protect your children. So don't get confused. Legitimate. That's why you have to understand Islam. Islam is about mercy to all creation, including women. You have rights. He cannot harm you and beat you in a way that is going to cause this damage. He can't beat you for no reason like this. So this is something that you have to protect yourself against. Don't get it twisted. Just because we're laughing at feminism and simping and soy, it's laughing on the basis of sound Islam, on the true Islamic teachings, the Sharia, and also legitimate Ikhtilaf amongst the ulama, amongst the scholars. So, but what we're criticizing goes beyond that. Okay, I hope I made myself very clear, because this is important. And inshallah, we have wife school. We have wife school, and it's for traditional marriage. My wife, Khalid, teaches it. Oh no, my wife works. Yeah, my wife works at home on her spare time after she's done taking care of the kids, educating our children, cooking and cleaning. Then if she has spare time, then she can read and write and even do online business. Why not? Why not? And she has my permission, obviously. Why not? There's nothing wrong with. Did I ever say anything against that? Did I ever say that women mutlaqan, they can never work and earn a penny? Did I ever say that? No. So stop with your soy screeching. That's point number one. But you can take wife school. My wife teaches it, and everyone loves that course because my wife is very smart, mashallah. She's very smart and well-spoken, and she doesn't speak in a slow way like me. She's much more eloquent in these issues. So if you like what I have to say, you're going to love what she has to say. And the course is open to men and women. She's fully covered, so you can't see her, but you can still benefit from the course, inshallah. And some have said it has saved their marriage. It's like over 40-hour course, but it'll fly by. You'll love it. And then, inshallah, I am working on husband school due to popular demand. We had wife school. Now we're going to have husband school. Hopefully, it's not going to be 40 hours. Hopefully, I can, make it to 30 hours or 20 hours or 10 hours. But it's going to be good, inshallah. I'm going to make it really nice. And that's going to be available by end of year, I'm aiming. Hopefully, by November. Be on the lookout for that. And that's through alasna.org. So I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. Do not go away because the best is yet to come. Maybe do some push-ups. Do some push-ups. Do some squats. Get that testosterone a little bit built up. Some foods are supposedly good for testosterone as well. Maybe like some nuts. Or, maybe some good white fish or salmon. Maybe that's good for your testosterone. Get that up because we're going to be blasted with soy. We're going to be blasted with estrogen when I get back. So take your provisions. Inshallah, I'll be back very soon, less than 6 or 7 minutes, and then we will continue, inshallah. Okay, we are back for the final stretch, and I hope you've enjoyed the show so far. It's quite a long show. I didn't expect it to be 4 hours, but hopefully you find it beneficial. And the thing is, we have to go through these fatwa carefully because we want to be fair, and we don't want to be accused of taking anything out of context. Because if you take things out of context, then that means your entire critique is invalid, obviously. So we want to be very careful, read, make sure we understand, and be fair in our critique. And I've tried to be fair because I've told you that, you know, they have correct fatwa on their site as well. But the idea is that, imagine if I gave you a cup, you know, I gave you a cup to drink. I said that this cup, 99% is pure mountain spring water, delicious. But I took an eyedropper and just dropped a couple of drops of urine in this delicious cup of ice cold mountain spring water. Are you going to take a drink? It's just a drop, just a couple of drops of urine. What's wrong? So when it comes to this seeker's guidance, yeah, it's the analogy fits perfectly. And like these, again, what I'm reading you, they're the egregious problems. Like there are more things that, because I solicited suggestions, I had my own list of crazy answers of seeker's guidance. And I asked around some of our teammates at MuslimSkeptic, and they provided others that I hadn't seen or considered. I had some on my list that they hadn't seen, and vice versa. So then I chose the most egregious things and included them for you. And I think they're quite decisive in the sense that this is disqualifying. Like, if you have a fatwa site that has answers like this, then that disqualifies you as a legitimate authority. And you shouldn't be taken seriously. You should be canceled. Your site should be canceled, basically. Especially when it's not like something new. Like, this is not an expose. Like, people in the know, like, in terms of some of these Western imams, they know about seekers' guidance's problems. And they've been blasted for it in the past. They don't change. They haven't changed. They've just gotten worse. Yeah, they deleted like a couple of the most egregious, like that abortion one. Like, don't marry that low-class gutter trash and get an abortion. Like, they took that out without any explanation or accountability. They took the polygyny is haram. They took that article out, but they left that position. They still left it in some of their articles. So it's disqualifying. Let us move on. Okay, now this is a video response. Let's see if I can get you. This is also recent. It's a recent video. And the question... Can you explain the details of alimony and child support during a divorce? This is from earlier this year in 2024. So alimony, you're divorcing your wife and then you have to pay her money after you're divorced. Beyond her iddah, like way beyond. Basically for years you continue to pay for your wife. Is this something allowed in Islam? No. It's very simple answer. But let's see what he says. Oh, but I have to turn on this. Hold on. Okay.
Alimony, is it allowed? Please discuss the matter of alimony and child support when it comes to divorce. Okay, well, child support is very simple. You know, the husband is expected to provide for the child. Obviously, the children will be living with the mother, so those costs are theirs because she's paying for her own overheads. But food, clothing, and these sorts of things, for the child, husband is supposed to provide for that. A lot of the times, what we see is my general advice for people that are tried with this, for brothers and sisters, is don't listen to your family. Don't listen to your immediate family if they're not giving you sound advice. A lot of the times it's a case of the lady's family or the husband's family are upset, and naturally that's understandable. But regardless of being upset, they give bad advice. So in many cases, the husband's told, well, yeah, don't give her any money for the kids, and the husband's then sinful.
Yeah, so that's correct. You're sinful if you don't give child support. The question of the custody of the child, that's separate. He's not addressing that. In terms of the husband, the father has to support his children, of course, and that is even after divorce. Even if the children are living with her, he's still responsible for that. So that is correct.
And it's blameworthy. Being married to someone has got nothing to do with his obligation to provide for his own children, right? As best he can. And once again, if you go look at Surah Al-Talaq, لِيُنْفِقْ ذُو سَعَةٍ مِّن سَعَتِهِ, whoever has a vast amount of wealth, he should spend from that vast amount of wealth on his children. Although technically it is about children, but it's about the lady who, the wet nurse, or if the mother breastfeeds the children, right? وَمَنْ قُدِرَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ فَلْيُنْفِقْ مِمَّا آتَاهُ اللَّهُ. And whoever's provision, the risk that Allah gives him is constrained, then let him spend from that which Allah has given him. فَلْيُنْفِقْ مِمَّا آتَاهُ اللَّهُ. So that's a serious matter. So the husband, let's say the father, is expected to pay and support the children. A lot of the times, family members advise, no, don't. And then in retaliation, or on the other side, the lady's family, what they will say is they will advise her to not let the husband see his children, or the ex-husband or the father see his children. Both sides don't do any favors to the children, right? One, on the father side, if you stop supporting them, they go through difficulty, their mother goes through difficulty, you're not doing anyone a favor. And then on the other side, where either the children are poisoned against the parent, the father, and they don't want to see him, it breaks his heart. So
that's good.
It really is a test of your taqwa. So anyone can fast and get up and pray in the night and pray tahajjud and whatever. But it's times like this, and scenarios like this, that really test your mettle. What kind of person are you? Is it just a claim of yes, I do what God says, or is it actually done? And someone that can go through a divorce and still stay straight with Allah and not wrong the other party, that's a big thing, right?
That's good. So he said he acknowledged at least the issue of, well, there's another side to it. Some of these ex-wives, they prevent their ex-husbands from seeing their own children, and he said this is not right. This is something bad as well. So this is a good response, good answer so far.
So with this, address the fact that women using the Western court to take half the husband's wealth and property, is it allowed? Now, this is a very sensitive matter, and fiqh is about nuance.
So then he continues reading the question, and it's like, what about the wife taking half of the property in the divorce? So then this is sensitive. But the Islamic answer is very clear. Like, it's no, she's not entitled to half of his wealth.
And Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. So you have a spectrum of scenarios. So I can't just give a clear ruling, like a black and white ruling. There are some situations where, let me give you a scenario. There's a husband and wife, and the husband, they've been married for 30 years, 40 years, and the husband divorces her, and the wife hasn't worked in all of this time, and it's difficult for her to get a job, for example. And then if he divorces her and she doesn't have anything and she's got no source of income or whatever, and then for her to be left with nothing in this scenario, it's going to be very difficult for her. So what does Allah call us to? Allah does not, if you look at, you should not base your life on the marriage and divorce chapters of a fiqh book. That's always based on the worst case scenario, right? So Allah calls us to ihsan. Allah calls us to excellence. So in this situation, is the husband legally obliged to provide for her? But you could argue no, right? And
you could argue no.
Find these answers in the books of law.
You can argue no. The answer is no. The answer is no. He's not responsible. Why is he trying to minimize it? The answer is no. He's not responsible. That's all there is to, like, that's the answer to the question.
Ihsan. You want to be good to this person. You may not even want to be good to her. What does Allah want you to do? What will put you in the best situation, best standing before Him on the Day of Judgment? وَلَا تَنْسَوُا الْفَضْلَ بَيْنَكُمْ. And don't forget this. Keep it in the mic. Don't forget this mutual generosity between yourselves. So
yeah, my mutual generosity is encourage her. Well, be someone's second wife. Go be someone's second wife. And, you know, have him care for you. If you can't be a first wife, be a second wife. He's going to spend on you and take care of you. Go ahead. We've been married for 30 years. Like, imagine. May Allah prevent this situation for any of the believers. But you want a divorce, okay, for whatever reason. My generosity towards you as a husband to the ex-wife is, well, you know, you can get married again. I can get married again. You can get married again. And you should do that. Like, that is how you maintain like a pool of women who are ready to get married. They are incentivized to get married. If me as an ex-husband, I'm supporting her because it's ihsan, then she doesn't have any incentive to remarry. She has no incentive. She has no motivation to remarry and get a husband, or a husband to get her, whether as a first wife, second wife, or a third wife, whatever. So I am actually handicapping her to give her money beyond what her rights are. And again, why would I want to do that? It's a divorce. She can go back to her father. She can go back to her family. And she can get married again. Like that, those are the options. There is no responsibility on me to keep supporting her after the divorce. So, but if you have a system or you have a mindset that women have to be coddled, like whatever women want, women should never be in a difficult situation. Women should never have to face any kind of tough choice. Women should never have to be. Then you'll say, oh yeah, the husband, he should, Thankfully, this imam, he didn't go to that extent and say something crazy or ridiculous like, yeah, he should. He must support her. Some scholars are saying that, like Yasser Qadi. We reacted to him and Hatem al-Hajj talking about alimony and restructuring divorce law so that you're forcing the husband to pay after the divorce. This imam, I don't know him, but alhamdulillah, he didn't say anything crazy like that. But he's still like giving this kind of wishy-washy answer about ihsan without thinking of the broader consequences. You have so many Muslim men and women who are complaining about, oh, we can't find husbands, we can't find wives, we can't find this, and we can't find that. Well, part of what's causing the marriage crisis is that you're just coddling women. Like, you're not giving women the motivation or the incentive to get married. You have to give them that incentive. Otherwise, they would prefer not to. They're just going to sit around and wait for Chad. But these dynamics are lost upon some of these imams. And so they give these wishy-washy answers.
So in this situation, I would say actually help her out. Give some, help her put in a situation where she's not, after a long...
Help her out, just pay for her rent, pay for her car payments, her medical, pay for... That's going to run you thousands of dollars a month. Like, if you have that much money... So, Anyway, if you've been married 30 or 40 years, hopefully you have children. You know, you've had 4, 5, 6 children, if Allah has blessed you, and then your children can also take care of you. You know, your sons are going to be older, working, they can take care of you. They can support you if you don't have male family members and you don't want to remarry. So many options, mashallah. Okay, we don't need to listen to the rest of that, I don't think. Okay, side entrance. Why mosques are still getting it wrong. This is from 8 years ago. Okay. Mona Rahman on the consequences of entering mosques through a side entrance and disappearing from sight, especially if you got boys in tow. Okay, I'm just going to come out and say this. En route from a soccer festival, we stopped at a masjid. Alhamdulillah, it was open. We went to pray. My dad, my sons, and I went through the sister side entrance. I went through the sister side entrance and up the stairs to the prayer area. My sons and father went ahead to the main entrance to the prayer area. I could see them, but they could not see me. I could not pray with them in Jama'ah, so prayed by myself. We like to pray in Jama'ah as a family. I went out and waited for a while to come. The first thing my mom said was, "Mommy, where were you?" Let me tell you where I'm coming from. I grew up in a community without a masjid, but with a strong community, alhamdulillah. When we were able to build a masjid, I was 25 and my brother was 7. We were taught how the Prophet's masjid, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what the sunnah is and how brothers and sisters are partners to each other. Our community board has an official women's representative to ensure that the sisters are always heard and always had. However, in addition to the women's rep, we have always had sisters in executive positions on the board, alhamdulillah. Always is italicized. We used to have youth and MSA reps until we became too large for it to be practical, but we developed a forum so that we still have a voice. Oh, alhamdulillah, for the voice of women. This was the mentality of our founding families. As such, when the masjid was built, it was done so with a common main entrance and with symmetry so that brothers and sisters had the same facilities. Yes, there are alternate entrances, but no one is designated as brothers only or sisters only. Wow, so this is like a really progressive masjid. There's brothers, sisters, go enter however you please. This is the sunnah, by the way. I thought you cared about the Prophet's masjid, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In the Prophet's masjid, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the women did have a separate entrance. So the women weren't coming right in where the men were. I thought you cared about that. But now, when you're describing your ideal masjid, you're saying that there's no designation as brothers only or sisters only. There are separate entrances to the musalla, but they led to a simple open prayer area with sisters at the back and brothers at the front, just as was described for the first masjid of the Prophet ﷺ. Yeah, it's always a progression with these liberal masjids in the US. Alhamdulillah, Allah has spared many Muslim countries from this fitna. Canada and the US, unfortunately, we have this problem where you have whiny people like this saying, oh, we need to be in the same area. And I showed you in previous episodes, I think we discussed the Fatwa from the Fiqh Council of North America, signed by Yasser Qadi, Omar Suleiman, and Ingrid Mattson, and Sohaib Webb, and Khalid Latif, I believe, as well, about how masajid need to have open space, no barrier between men and women. Women should always be visible. We should always be able to see the women. That's how they start. There's like, okay, men in the front, women in the back. Okay, well, what about Salatul Jum'ah? What about Taraweeh? What about those when there's a lot of people coming to the masjid? Are you going to like move the women back? No. We're going to have the same space. Like we're going to split the musalla in half, and the men will fill up the half of the musalla till the last row, and then we start the first female row, and it's literally just 5 feet apart. Like the sisters can reach out and hit the brothers if they wanted to, and wide open, no separation. Maybe they'll put like a nominal, like short bookcase that is like a joke. You can still see everything. It's not like an actual barrier. This is like the Prophet's masjid. This is like the Prophet's masjid, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in Medina. No, what are you talking about? The Prophet's Masjid, the Sahabiyat weren't praying within 5 feet of the men. There's a vast space between them, number one, and the women would only come at night for Salat al-Isha and Salat al-Fajr when it's dark and you can't see. And by the way, they're coming in full face covering, full khimar, full everything. You can't recognize them. You can't see them. They weren't coming to the masjid like it's a glamour show, like it's a fashion show, like many women today unfortunately do, and they feel so entitled and brazen about it. So then you have like the small little bookcase or nothing at all in some of these masajid. And then now the women are wanting to be in the front. Actually, we don't want to be in the back. That's not equitable. Especially if there's a speaker, we have to be sitting at the front. So split the musalla in half vertically or like this way so that it's women and men side by side. And we're going to be sitting next to the men and there's no barrier between the men so we can have equal access to the sheikh. That's the new model that's now being spread and pushed by the usual suspects, the Dawah Mafia. RANT Islam. And then guess what? You have the female speaker. So why not? Why not? Why should the Friday Salah be only men leading it? We can have a woman come. She can't be imam, fine. That's a little too extreme, right? To have a female khatib. Instead, we'll have a female Shaykha come and give a bayan. She'll come in front of the masjid and she'll give a bayan. Or some of these masajid, they will have like a sign language interpreter, like a female, standing right in front of the men. Like what? If it's great, accommodate our brothers and sisters who have disabilities, accommodate them, great. But not by violating, gender separation and hijab. So now we have a bayan. We start before the khutbah, we have a shaykha come and give us some words of advice by standing in front of the men. And side by side, the women are there too. We can see them in plain view. And by the way, Eid Salah, for Eid, we have the Eid Salah, it's men and women side by side. That's becoming the standard now in America. Believe it or not. So we have a video actually covering this on the MuslimSkeptic channel. It's like gender mixing gone wild. So if you're interested, you can watch that. We go over the fatwa from the Fiqh Council. Anyway, so she's whining, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do some people not like it? Every once in a while, someone new will come and say, this is haram. But you know what? This is the closest to the sunnah. All people are not people are not as at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. Really? From my understanding, men used to go to the back rows at the time of the Prophet ﷺ and try to see women through their legs when in prostration. That is when the Prophet ﷺ said that the best lines for men are at the front and the best lines for women are at the back. Yeah, and he didn't say to build a wall or to stick women on another floor. Yeah, because the women were still not visible. Like they're not visible because it's night, it's dark, they don't have electricity. The Quran says to lower your gaze and guard your modesty. Lower your gaze is stated first. You are responsible for your own actions. These are principles taught 1400 years ago, but which we have been practicing since, inshallah. So yeah, what about women, how they're dressed? Why don't you tell women to properly wear the khimar and cover their face and tell them to dress in dark colors or very loose colors, not to wear perfume, by the way. Any of those teachings that we can get directed at women? Let's see. Of course, there are women who are uncomfortable praying in the same room as men, as it is foreign to them. So in order to make everyone comfortable and not infringe on the rights of any of the women, when we expanded the sisters area, we expanded sideways in order to create a space with more privacy for those sisters who do not want to be in the same visible space as the men, but still keeping the structure of the main prayer hall. Note, it wasn't done in response to the men who complained. Oh, thank God. Because if men complain, they can just shut it. Don't you dare mansplain. A mere bookshelf separates the area. A mere bookshelf. Oh, thank you for the mere bookshelf. Separates the area so there's free flow from the private part to the main sisters area. That's their preference, and everyone is free to worship in the main area or in the more private areas, which is also very useful if nursing. Oh, okay. So let's go back to today's experience. I know what the Prophet ﷺ taught. I have also lived in different communities where there were areas partitioned by walls, but they evolved with the community with greater understanding. From my experience there, though, I will say it's difficult to concentrate on prayer, and it's sometimes difficult if one arrives late. Yeah, I can't concentrate unless men can see me. Men have to be able to see me if I can concentrate in prayer. If they can't see me because there's a wall, then I can't concentrate. How am I expected to have khushu' if men can't look at me? However, I will pray in your masjid without making a fuss, as that is the climate of your community. Oh, your benevolence. Thank you for not making a fuss. Your majesty, when you come to our community and there's a wall and there's segregation between the genders. Thank you, your eminence, for not making a fuss. I've prayed in the smelly closet by myself. I've prayed in the mezzanine, unable to communicate with my sons. So mezzanine is like a balcony area. You can still see the musalla, you can still see the imam, but it's like a second floor. Like how is this a problem? But this is like too much of separation because the men in the musalla can't see me. As a mother of boys who tends to be alone with the boys at the masjid, you have to understand the difficulty we are put in. If I visit with my sons, you are asking me to let them go alone without supervision into a place where they don't know anyone? They can't look back to ensure I'm there. They can't find me if they need help. They do not feel like I am part of the jama'ah. That's the main thing. They need to feel my presence. They will not come with me to the women's area as they are 7 and 10. Okay. And once they are 7, they were taught they should go to the brother sections as they are now big boys. Okay. So they're big boys, but they still need their mama at all times. Like a 10-year-old is going to be lost if he goes to the men's section of the masjid. If it is that big of a problem, it's no problem. You can take your 10-year-old with you to the women's section. No one will complain about that. If your child is there are situations where you might have a developmentally disabled child who's 10, 11, 12 years old. No one is going to complain if you take him to the women's section. And if they do, they can shut it. They can shut it. This is my poor developmentally challenged son or daughter, or son in this case, and he needs to be with me. So shut it. And I don't think that a 10-year-old or even an 11-year-old is going to have a problem being alone or going to the men's section. So this is like the catch-22. Either they're too young. If they are too young, there's no problem with them being in the women's section. If they're not too young and they're more mature, where it's a problem for them to be in the women's section, then they are mature enough to be alone in the men's musalla. Is this the type of community our Prophet ﷺ built? He was the man. Like, I love this. I love it when these liberals ask this question. Like, they just ask this question as if like a rhetorical question. Like, of course the Prophet ﷺ would agree with what I think. There's no like actual citing of evidence. Or like if there is a citing, it's something so vague and generic, like, be kind to women. And then they just twist that for whatever they want. So he was the man who would shorten his prayers if he heard a child cry so as not to cause any more distress to the mother. He was the man who asked the men in his community to wait a bit so that the sisters could leave the masjid without discomfort. He was the one who gently turned the head of his young companion when he couldn't help but stare at the beautiful woman. He taught hayat so that we could be true partners in community. Haya means, men and women are together, non-Mahram, cooperating with each other because we're partners. That's what haya means. This is a haya which is independent of what others are wearing or how they act. So God forbid you tell the women to dress properly when they come to the masjid. God forbid you tell them to not wear perfume, to be modest. Because that's the thing, the progressive masajid that have this open space, no barrier, no veil, no nothing. They also don't tell women how to dress. They don't say, yeah, you need to cover yourself. You need to dress in loose attire. Don't wear perfume. Don't wear flashy things. Don't wear tight clothes. They don't do that because that is judgmental. That is slut shaming, and slut shaming is wrong. That's not the sunnah. Blah, blah, blah. Gosh. Just yapping. Let's see. If I, as a grown woman who is strong in my Muslim identity, mashallah, if I do say so myself, I feel uncomfortable and uncertain when I go to a masjid, afraid of offending because of my gender or going through the wrong door, then how would one who may be wobbling, especially our young Muslim sisters, feel? Oh, so look at the emotional tactics. She appealed to like, oh, my mother, I'm a mother and my boys, my little babies. Like she appealed to that. And now she's appealing to, oh, the poor Muslim sisters who are on the brink of leaving Islam. Oh, like these are the emotional tactics that reformists use. They want to emotionally blackmail the Muslim community and the religious part of the community, the brothers and sisters who are not going to fall for like this. This is not even like an argument. This is just trash. Like she's just making vague appeals to this and that. But they're the ones who, the brothers and sisters that are not going to fall for this. Then you ratchet up the emotional appeal. The tears start coming down. Oh, the poor little sister. She's on the brink of leaving Islam. If she comes to the masjid and there is a separate entrance for her as a woman, oh, she's going to leave Islam. What are we going to do? Oh, if she goes to pray and there's a wall there. Oh, she's going to leave Islam. Do you want that on your conscience? You want that murtad, the leaving Islam on your conscience? Because you're responsible for that. Because you insisted on hijab and haya and parda. That's your fault. That's all on you. You mullahs, you long-bearded misogynist. That's all on you. Like this is emotional blackmail. And so the response to this, it's very effective, trust me, is you just laugh. You just laugh. You make a mockery. You do your best soy voice. And yeah, you have to stay the course, by the way, because there are going to be a lot of people who are going to accuse you of being insensitive, but you just weather that storm. You keep laughing, brother. You have to keep laughing because think about what you're laughing at. You're laughing for a just cause. These are people who want to reform Islam. They want to change Islam and put in place their version of Islam, which is a distortion. It's deviance. And they are using these tactics of emotional blackmail to do this evil act, this deviance. And they want to impose it on you and destroy your community. You see an increase in zina, you see an increase in divorce, you see an increase in a violation of basic Islamic haya, hijab, piety, etc. This is what's causing it. These attitudes are what are causing it. The masjid should be our sanctuary where you go and you don't have to worry about the opposite sex. You don't have to worry about the opposite sex being seen by them, and you can pray, and that's the one place. But they can't even let us have that. They can't even let us have the masjid. They have to even impose their stupid feminist doctrine on our masajid. This is what they're doing. So you mock them. You mock them. You laugh at them. You laugh in their face. And when they say you're being insensitive, you say, yeah, I am insensitive to your nonsense. I'm sensitive to people who deserve my sensitivity. I am sensitive to those who are, their rights have been trampled. They have been treated unjustly. They are being oppressed. I'm sensitive to them. I'm not sensitive to those who are using manipulation to change the deen of Allah, to change the Sharia, to destroy our communities and our ummah. I'm not sensitive to that. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to give the most angering response possible. I'm going to give the most frustrating for you response possible, and to diminish you and belittle you so that others are aware that this is no small matter. This is not some small issue that we can agree to disagree. No, you have no basis in what you're saying. I'm going to mock and deride you. Yes. That is the correct approach to these charlatans, these deviants, Hey, just because you're a mom, oh, you're a mom, oh, you have little boys, that means you can do whatever you want. That means you can say and do whatever you want, and I should just solemnly bow my head. Because you're such a strong Muslimah, mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. No, sorry. That grift is over. You know, we're stopping that grift. Time's up. You know, you might have had 20 good years of this grift, but yeah, no more. It's not going to work. I have no more tears left, sister. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I have no more tears left. I'm all dried up. I'm all dried up. I can't cry anymore for your problems. You got to do things by what Allah says, not your distorted version inspired by RANT, whether you know it or not. Anyway, yeah, I'm insensitive. What can I say? I'm a brute. I'm a brute. I have no adab. I have no adab with these poor Muslim moms. Yeah, this is a classic. Oh, if we don't teach our youth or adults how to behave with each other at the masjid, with their brothers and sisters, how do you expect them to know how to behave in the wider community with their peers? So there's so much gender mixing outside the masjid, so let's bring that in the masjid. Let's bring that in the masjid to prepare. Brilliant logic there. It's not about quote unquote free mixing. That is not what I'm saying. It's possible to pray in a musalla without barriers and still be separate. It's possible to go to school and work without compromising your haya. Yeah, you can go anywhere. You can go to the strip club. You can go, to anywhere and not compromise your haya. You can go to a rock concert. It's about proper manners. It's about truly learning what the sunnah is and practicing it without crutches. If you put a barrier, that's a crutch. That's a crutch. Let's see. I keep losing my place in this block of text. It's about separating the cultural norms of back home from what Allah Most High taught us through His Messenger, through the Quran and Sunnah. It requires us to not just accept what we grew up with, especially if it was from a land where most are Muslim. Especially in the lands where most are Muslim, we shouldn't take that for granted. No. Because the Muslim lands, they're the ones who are furthest from Islam. Us here in the West, we're the true upholders, right? It requires us to not just accept what we grew up with. It's about learning about our religion from reliable sources like Seeker's Guidance, not just relying on what our forefathers told us. Rely on Seeker's Guidance and Yasser Qadi and Yasqueen Simstitute. That's where we get our knowledge, not what Muslims are doing back home. My mother argued with her grandfather who felt there was no need for girls to be educated past grade 6. Ooh, Chad detected. Mashallah, he was a pious man and ensured an Islamic education, and it was this which also taught her the importance of education. So she argued with truth in her words and continued her education, mashallah. And this is what she produced, this daughter on Seeker's Guidance. Sometimes we need to question the status quo to ensure we are on the straight path. Unrelated question, but can you please tell me who your grandfather is or your great-grandfather? Because I think we need to bring him and make him, the head of our masjid community. I mean, grade 6? Do people learn anything past grade 6, I wonder? Anyway, don't get me started. Don't get me started. This article is triggering me. This article is triggering me. It's got to take me down a very different tangent that I shouldn't go down. It's already 4.5 hours. We don't want to go into education of girls. Oh, but anyway. So see, this is what we have to deal with in America. You guys that are not in America, Side entrance. Why mosques are still getting it wrong because they separate the genders like every other masjid in our history. And don't get me started on the very valid opinion that in our time women should not go to the masjid. Very valid opinion. You can take a different opinion, perhaps, but don't say that's not a valid opinion. It is a valid opinion. And you have statements from the Salaf even in their time, like Aisha radiallahu anha, who was saying that, yeah, in our time, women going to the masjid shouldn't be seen as acceptable for women. Because in our time, the women are not as modest. That's in time of Aisha radiallahu anha, let alone our time. Imagine. Anyway, moving on. Okay, switching gears. Am I a disbeliever by believing in evolution? So Seeker's Guidance, even on the evolution question, they have to give us some soy. Am I a disbeliever by believing in the evolution theory? Does believing that human beings evolved from other species entail disbelief? If one believes that we are not just the descendants of one couple, Adam and Eve, but that through an evolutionary process, it would have been multiple pairs of couples, would this constitute kufr? Chat, what do you think? Is this kufr to deny that we're all descended from Adam and Eve because there are other pairs that humans evolved from, and that we're not from, we're evolved, humans are evolved from other species? Is this kufr? Chat, do you know? So, is it kufr? Is the answer from the Sheikh, Ustad, Doctor? Yes, you are still considered a Muslim and a believer. However, the belief itself, as it currently stands, is considered contrary to Orthodox Islamic doctrine. Interesting. So, you're saying it's kufr or not? As for your other questions, as mentioned in the previous answer, this does not necessarily entail disbelief. Oh, okay. So it's not kufr. It would depend on whether one's understanding of evolution involves clearly disavowing an aspect of faith that one is required to believe in. Therefore, if someone's belief in evolution leads him to deny the prophethood of Adam or that this process occurred causally independent of God, this would be considered disbelief. So if you deny the prophethood, so this guy is not denying the prophethood. He's just saying that Adam and Eve are not the only one. There are other couples, and we could have descended from them. So, okay, that's not kufr. And then, it's evolution. Well, God controls evolution according to these people. So that's not denying that there can be, or that's not denying the dependence of everything on God. Oh, so it's not considered disbelief. Okay, the same considerations would apply to part 2. You should note that a particular belief not rendering an individual outside the fold, which is for the main part a judgment belonging to a judge or a group of qualified scholars, does not mean that that belief is acceptable. So are you saying that it's not acceptable? So does it mean that that is haram? Does it mean, what is the status of this belief? He leaves it to subtext. He leaves it to implication. He doesn't say, other than saying, well, it's considered, look how he brackets everything. It is considered contrary to Orthodox Islamic doctrine, and none of this means that your belief is acceptable. Don't get that impression. He can't say clear cut, this is contrary to Islam. This is unacceptable. Can't say it like that. He has to bracket it. Why? This Salman Yunus, which, by the way, we can talk a lot about. Colleagues with Ingrid Mattson, by the way, or he was, at least in the past. But, so why can't you say that this is disbelief? By the way, he is doing takfib. He is denying the verses of the Quran that say that we're descended from Adam, alayhi salam. We're Bani Adam. That's clear cut in the Quran. So he is denying that. He's denying it. And we've covered this in articles on MuslimSkeptic. Go to MuslimSkeptic Evolution, and we have all the evidence about why this is kufr. To believe that humans evolved from apes or pre-hominids, this is kufr because it contradicts the clear-cut verses of the Quran. that makes the belief kufr. So if you hold to these evolutionary beliefs, does that mean you're necessarily a kafir? That, okay, fine, that depends. There are other considerations, like, are you just completely ignorant of the verses? But the belief itself, is it kufr? Is it disbelief? Yes, it is disbelief. And he even cites here, we're going to go to this because he says, as mentioned in the previous answer, and there's a hyperlink. So let's go to that hyperlink. What does Islam say about evolution and the Big Bang? By the same guy, the same ustaz. So it's asking about evolution and Big Bang. So let's go to the evolution part. As for evolution, the dominant, if not consensus viewpoint, again, like why is it a viewpoint? It's not an opinion. The dominant position among scholars is that it is in direct contradiction of the primary texts affirming an original and direct creation for Adam, who was the first human being. So there you go. It's in direct contradiction. So is that not takdhib? Maybe it's more nuanced than that, but it seems like you're denying something that's clearly in the Quran. Okay, these texts, such as the Quran, chapter 38, verses 71 through 76, indicate that Adam did not arise from a prior species. This was not because God could not have created humans through an evolutionary process, but because he willed not to do so and informed us of this through revelation. So as for non-human species, there's nothing in the Quran directly, so we can accept evolution for other animals. This is their position, by the way. I don't think it's acceptable, not because the Quran says that evolution through natural selection is not correct, but because evolutionary theory on its own grounds should be rejected because it's irrational theory. It's spunk. It's scientific nonsense. It's anti-scientific. And there are many arguments that can be made here that I've made in the past, but we won't get into evolution as a whole. We're just focusing on evolution of human beings. Can you accept the evolution of human beings? And the answer is no, it is kufr, because if you accept that, you're contradicting the Quran, the explicit text of the Quran. Okay. So then this is more discussion, but evolution being kufr. Following from the above, it's also important to address the fact that a number of scholars have stated that evolution as the theory claiming man evolved from a prior non-human species is disbelief, kufr, such as our teacher, Sheikh Noor Keller. So Sheikh Noor Keller says it's kufr. And this is the article that he's referring to. Let's see if you can read that. Summary of Islamic conclusions. Okay. As for the claim that man has evolved from a non-human species, this is kufr. Let me expand it. No matter if we ascribe the process to Allah or to nature, because it negates the truth of Adam's special creation that Allah has revealed in the Quran, man is of special origin, attested to not only by revelation, but also by the divine secret within him, the capacity for ma'rifah, or knowledge of the divine that he alone of all things possesses, by his God-given nature. So this is like the amana that human beings have. By his God-given nature, man stands before a door opening onto infinitude that no other creature in the universe can aspire to. Man is something else. Okay, so that metaphysical argument, put that aside. Marifa, because you can say that, well, there are other beings that are also specially created beyond just human beings, like the malaika, maybe some of the jinn, can have knowledge of the divine, obviously. So I don't know what he's saying about the uniqueness of man. That seems like it's a separate point. But the point is that, our teacher, Sheikh Noor Keller. So Sheikh Noor Keller is your teacher, right? Or is this just lip service? Yeah, he's our teacher, but I'm going against what he's saying, like explicitly. I'm going against what he's saying because I guess I'm a sheikh at the level of Sheikh Noor. So yeah, this is just a nonsense explanation. Checked and approved by Faraz Rabbani. As usual. it is not even necessarily the case that the belief itself is literal disbelief, especially as it relates to Muslim evolutionists who continue to affirm God's creative power and will, that Adam was a real human and that he was in some manner created by God. Sheikh Noor says it doesn't matter. You can think that, oh yeah, evolution is directed by God, and yeah, Adam was a real person. It's still kufr if you're denying that Adam is a special creation, not evolved from a prior species. Adam didn't have parents. Adam didn't have parents. He wasn't born. That's explicit in the Quran and Sunnah. If you deny that, it's kufr. But I don't know what kind of gymnastics he does here. Like, it just becomes a bunch of noise. Is it so ridiculous? He doesn't give any actual reason. And he cites like Hatem al-Auni, like another reformist. Like, this is just a modern sheikh who's like a reformist in so many issues. So he's not an authority. So there's no reasoning here. There's nothing actually. Like, it's just like, oh, well, you have a erroneous interpretation. This is your ta'wil is fasid. Again, like, if there's a ta'wil, then it becomes acceptable. Then all kinds of deviance and kufr become acceptable within Islam. Oh, I just have a ta'wil. I have an interpretation. So there's no like possibility of denying the Quran if any ta'wil is acceptable. So why is this interpretation that you can give for Adam? Oh, Adam actually did have parents. Okay, how are you you're interpreting the verses of the Quran exactly the opposite, the literal opposite of what they say. Anyway, seeker's guidance, tweaker's misguidance. You gotta be tweaking on something to find this to be convincing or scholarly. Wife confesses premarital affair. I'm a 26-year-old male who did his nikah a few months back. I had approached this girl's family as she was hijabi and seemed pious and simple. Before our nikah, she had confided in me that she was in contact with a boy who was a non-Muslim and had a soft spot for him. He had promised to convert to marry her, but he did not, so she broke things off. At that time, the way she described it, it seemed like a verbal kind of innocuous relationship, and I did not find it appropriate to probe further as we were not married. I unknowingly came across some old messages of hers, and she confessed to me that she had committed zina multiple times with that non-Muslim in different hotels throughout the period that she was in a relationship with him. He also has illicit images that she sent him during that period. For 3 months, we have had the best of marriages, alhamdulillah, and we have been very compatible, but this news has shattered me. I don't want to end my marriage, but she's completely changed my perception of her. So the Ustaza Raida is answering again. She's saying, "Dear questioner, I'm so sorry for your deep heartbreak. I cannot imagine how shocked and betrayed you must feel. Make space for your feelings. Weep, journal, turn to Allah in dua." Yeah, and that's not how guys do things, but maybe there are some guys that if they, oh, my wife, where's the journal? Where's the pen and paper? I got to write this down. So I don't know. That maybe some guys are like that. I don't want to belittle how guys deal. Some guys may deal with emotional trauma. Maybe journaling will help. So covering sin. The Prophet ﷺ said, all the people of my ummah would get pardoned for their sins except those who publicize them. And it means that a servant should do a deed during the night and tell the people in the morning that he has done so. And so, whereas Allah has concealed it, and he does a deed during the day, and when it's night, he tells people, whereas Allah has concealed it. Please use this terrible incident as a reminder about why Allah has forbidden us to speak of past sin. Your wife made a grave mistake by confessing the explicit details of her sinful premarital relationship to you. Now you're both heartbroken. So she should have kept it secret. You know, she is doing zina with a non-Muslim and sending him these pictures. Meanwhile, you had to pay $50,000 mahar, and you had to drop another $25,000 for your marriage, and you bought her this $3,000, $4,000 ring to put on her fingers. And yeah, you didn't know about it. So it would have been better for her to keep her secret to her grave. Okay. What if she has an STD? What if she, what if she had gotten pregnant and got an abortion like that other scenario? So this is the thing, like, you can't lie about a sin that you've committed when it affects the marriage contract or any kind of contractual relationship. Like if I steal a car and I go and I'm selling it to someone, I can't lie and say, no, this car, I bought it brand new. You can't lie to conceal your sin. That's not what the hadith is referring to. The hadith is not referring to situations like publicizing your sin when there's no reason to. Like you're just telling people like, oh, I committed this sin as a way to boast, as a way to brag. That's what is condemned by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Those kinds of sins are not forgiven because you're boasting about it. But if it's something that affects a contract, you can't lie and say, oh, I stole a car. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to lie about it. So you're going to buy it. What if it's, and this is the case with men too. Like what if the man comes and he's asked by the father, like, did you ever have a problem with drugs? Like you're a drug addict. You're shooting up heroin. And he says, no, never. He's concealing his sins. He's concealing his sins. Oh, the hadith says don't publicize your sins. So I'm going to lie. That's not Islam. Like you can't lie about something like that. Fine, you can give an indication. Like, were you a drug addict? Were you a junkie in the past? Like, and then you respond, well, it depends on your definition of junkie. Like, okay, you're not revealing your sin, but you're making it clear that okay, there's something there, and that's the sign that the father, a smart father, would pick up on. Okay, clearly there's something here. In the past, I need to investigate further. Oh, but don't forget, this Shaykha says don't do tajassus, don't spy. And she's wrong, of course. You should look up the background of a potential spouse. So in that case, is it acceptable to lie that you're a drug dealer, for example, or a drug addict, or you have a criminal past? Or lie about your finances, like, oh yeah, in reality, all my finances are from gambling. I'm rich because I'm addicted to gambling. Oh, but I have to conceal my sins and not explain where all my money is from. So I'll just say that, oh, I just have a great job. I'll lie about it. Is that acceptable? The thing about these, and unfortunately, it's not just Seeker's Guidance. You have many who are giving this bogus fatwa, telling women to lie about their past. And Sheikh Asim al-Hakim is another one. He constantly is telling women to lie about their past. This is wrong. You can't lie in Islam like this, in something that involves a contract. This is not acceptable. And if, fine, you want to tell women to lie, then be consistent. Tell men that they can also lie. How about you, Sheikh? Your daughter is about to marry someone who has a long history with drugs. He has a long history with gambling. Don't ask him about his sins. Don't ask him. You think that's going to affect the marriage? You think that's going to affect the future of that couple? And now, I always give this caveat. Like, if that is in your past, you committed zina, you made repentance, does that mean you can never get married? No, there are plenty of people who will marry you. There are plenty of people who are more than happy to marry you. Why not? You've repented. You've repented from that. So should you just consider yourself to be guilty, or should people treat you as guilty? It's something that you did and you've repented from it. So why wouldn't someone want to marry you? The problem is if you portray yourself as a virgin. Because if you do that, then that comes with a higher mahar. It comes with a different level of mahar, like a bride gift and expectations. So you shouldn't mislead people about that. That doesn't mean you go and say, yeah, I slept, this is my body count. I'm not telling you to say that. But you can indicate in a very clear way while also maintaining your own propriety. You know, that's the way to do it. And that's what your father should facilitate for you. so that you don't, you're not unjust to your future husband. That doesn't mean you can't have a very happy, joyful, fulfilling marriage. And there are plenty of Muslim men who are more than willing to marry you with your past, as long as you've repented. But because we have to bend over backwards for women, then we're giving this permission that doesn't exist to lie. You're just lying about your abortion. You're lying about your long history with Zina, like sending nude pictures of yourself, inappropriate pictures of yourself to who knows where those pictures have ended up. So if you absolutely cannot forgive your wife, then I encourage you to let her go. She would be happier with a husband who can respect her, unlike you. Even when she commits terrible sins. Like, even in this, she's like, she has to get a dig in at the husband. Anyway, next. Okay, we're just a couple more to go. How to deal with the fact that my wife was sexually abused before marriage. My wife and I have been happily married for 4 years and have a son. I recently found out that she committed zina with her school teacher about a dozen times when she was 17 or 18 years old. He molested her at school and she never told anyone. She cried every day and was confused because he manipulated her into thinking they were doing the right thing, and she believed him. She felt that the teacher was right and trusted him. She knows it was a mistake and tells me she was under his influence and did not love him, as if like that's the important consideration. You committed zina 17 times, but tell me that you didn't love him. Like, how is that relevant? I cannot forget her past now. Save my relationship. I'm so sorry your wife went through this abuse, and I pray that I can help her clear up the confusion. Who is this, by the way? Oh, Shazia. Remember her? Remember, she spent 2 years in Jordan. Oh, the Shaykha. So your wife was an innocent victim who was sexually abused, nothing more. She trusted her teacher and was too young to understand what was going on. She was too scared, embarrassed, or confused to speak up and was under his compulsion. This is not called zina because it was not deliberate. This is called abuse, and it's haram in our religion and is illegal in every country. If I were in your shoes, I would bring legal charges against the teacher and try to get him imprisoned for a year. Lock him up and fine for $13,000. I don't know where she's getting this number. Like 13,000 USD sounds oddly specific, which is the punishment for sexual abuse in your country. So it's like in the US, I guess. He may have had other victims and will probably continue this predatory behavior. Okay. Your wife is not at fault. She confided in you, and you should be grateful for that, because there was no obligation on her to tell you. So in the previous answer, she has to hide her sin. But in this case, it's not a sin. She was 18 years old, but it's not a sin. 18 years old don't know what they're doing. 18-year-old women, that is. If she is an 18-year-old boy, that's different. But it's an 18-year-old girl. She's just like a little baby. She's like a little toddler. She doesn't know. So, victims. These are the victims. 18 years old. I wonder if this fatwa would have been different if it was like 19 years old or 20 years old. No, according to these feminists, as long as it's a teacher, it doesn't matter. She could be a 40-year-old woman. She's still an innocent victim because it's a teacher. That's coercion. She respects the teacher. If she respects the teacher and the teacher is a teacher, I mean, he's a teacher. A teacher is a teacher. Every teacher has like complete control, mind control over all of his students. So she has no sin, no responsibility. Imagine that. And this is what is going to happen like on Yom Al-Qiyamah. Like, people are going to be blaming Iblis. Like, they're going to Iblis is the one who told us to do this. Iblis, was the one. And Iblis will say, I didn't force you. I didn't force you to do anything. So But again, no accountability for women, no responsibility. Yeah, 18-year-old, it's like, no, it's on the one hand, you know, the 18-year-old, she has no accountability. But on the other hand, she should be on the mosque committee. She should be on the mosque committee, maybe like in charge of women's affairs or teenage girls' affairs. Maybe, you know. On the one hand, they need to be leaders and empowered and send them to college to pursue the secular education and spread it, as Shaykha Shazia said earlier. But they're also not responsible. Not responsible. So how are you going to... If your 18-year-old is so dumb that she doesn't understand that, hello, you can't just go sleep with the guy because he says, oh, I'm your teacher or whatever. She doesn't understand that. How are you going to send her to college? How are you going to send her, you know? I thought, you know, this is why sixth grade education, they're not learning anything more after that, apparently. So why even bother? Like, she's 18. That means she's in 12th grade. That's 6 years after 6th grade. And she still doesn't know like these basic things. Like, what is the school teaching her? Anyway, and this is her school teacher, by the way. It's not even Islamic school necessarily. This might have been a public school. Yeah, so send your daughters to education, get an education. But if they end up being preyed upon by these lascivious teachers, then it's not the girl's fault. It's not your fault either as a parent. It's just that teacher's fault. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's a scumbag. The teacher is a scumbag, no doubt about it. He should get what he deserves. But don't you think that your daughter is a little bit naive? Or your wife? You know, if your wife is telling you this, it's very sad situation. Okay, now for some very interesting... Actually, let's start with this one. How do I deal with my Muslim friend who is a lesbian? Imam Yama says as the answer. How do I deal with my Muslim friend who is a lesbian? The answer, I'm sorry to hear this news from your friend. As you stated correctly, the act is clearly forbidden in Islam. We must hate it. As for your friend who is a Muslim and doing this is very dangerous. A couple of factors to consider. If this friend considers it permissible to be a lesbian, then this is wrong and haram. According to the laws of the one who created us, actually it's kufr. If your friend does not believe but is weak in her faith and wants to stop and distance herself from this act, that is praiseworthy. If she is genuine in her repentance, then is rewarded by Allah. Allah says, except for those who repent and believe and do good deeds, these God will replace their bad deeds with good deeds, and Allah is ever forgiving and merciful. Friendship is based on taqwa. If she's not willing to change and does not want to repent, then you should not be her friend. The Prophet ﷺ said, a person is on the religion of his close friend, so let him carefully examine who he befriends. Allah also says in the Quran, on that day, friends will be enemies of one another except for the righteous. People who used to assist and invite to the disobedience of Allah will be enemies and blame one another for their sins. May Allah save us. So you are in a position to help your friend. Tell them or tell her to repent and to give up this sin. Eventually, it will ruin her and lead her to the punishment of Allah. Do not be stern necessarily, but use wisdom. You can not stay quiet and accept what she's doing. This is detrimental to your faith. If you are too shy and cannot do that, then find someone who can, and perhaps their advice may change her mind and lead to repentance. Do not give up on her. Help her. If you see it is not going anywhere, then like I said earlier, move on. Cut off the relationship, basically. Good answer, as far as I'm concerned. What do you think, chat? I think this is a good answer. Solid. You can't continue to be the friend of such a person. This is obvious. So, good answer. 2 thumbs up. Finally, something that we can say is correct. Okay, then you go to this other answer. My best friend is a non-Muslim and respects Islam, but she's openly lesbian. What do I do? This is our favorite Ustaza, Raida. Gives the answer. Dear sister, you are in a very challenging situation. It sounds like your best friend values your friendship and respects your Islam. As you would with any other sensitive topic, I recommend that you speak honestly with her. Talk to her about how stressed you feel and how you do not want to lose her as a friend. I'm so stressed. Oh, you're a lesbian, but I'm so stressed. I don't want to lose you, my lesbian friend, please. I pray that you can both brainstorm solutions together. Yeah, get a nice brainstorming session. Have a nice sleepover and brainstorm over the pillows. This will be an excellent opportunity for you to show her the kindness and mercy that's inbuilt in Islam. Oh my God. It is natural and healthy for you to want to protect your children's innocence. However, so this is like an older woman whose best friend is a lesbian and she has children. However, it's impossible to completely shield our children from the outside world. So this mother is concerned, like, my kids, I don't want to be influenced negatively. And then the Ustaza says, it's impossible to completely shield your kids. The best protection you can offer your children is a deep, trusting, and loving connection with you and Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As your children grow older, they will probably come across same-sex couples and same-sex families with children. It's important for you to lead that conversation about how that displeases Allah instead of avoiding it and letting their peers and popular social media dictate their beliefs. And whoever submits to himself to Allah is good in deeds. He in fact holds on to the strongest ring towards Allah's ultimate end of all matters. Whether we like it or not in the West, your best friend's life choices are accepted and even aggressively encouraged. This is the flood of our time. Please keep in mind that your friend's disbelief is a much greater sin than her relationship with a transgender woman. The reality is that in West and elsewhere, there are many Muslim men and women who are tested with this tribulation. There are hundreds of them. Trust me. That struggle is their road to Jannah. Oh my goodness. I see a few options for you. Number one, explain to your friend that you're struggling. Apologize and grow distant from her. That's the first option. Apologize and grow distant. The second, slowly distance yourself from your friend with no explanation. I don't recommend this because it would hurt both of you. Number three, continue to be a part of her life. Hate her sins, but continue to treat her and her partner, her transgender partner, and her future children, I guess they're adopting, I don't know how that will work, with kindness and respect. Oh, that's the mercy of Islam. Every step of the way, talk to your children about this topic. Use this as a teaching opportunity. This would take tremendous courage, patience, and perseverance on your part. Sabr. Perhaps your good character with your best friend is what will soften her heart towards Islam. Oh, that's so sweet. You're softening her towards Islam. There's no greater good you can offer her. Wow, so checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani. Okay. So isn't this contradictory? Like we just read, this fatwa is saying you cut it off. This one is saying, no, you got to be kind to your lesbian friend and her transgender partner and their children. You have to be kind and merciful. Just be patient. Apologize. Apologize that you're not comfortable with it. That's your problem. Look within. That's what Tasawwuf teaches. I studied it for 2 years. I studied it for 2 years in Jordan. Or was it Syria? I forget. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Seeker's guidance is tweaker's misguidance. Okay. So let me close it out with this article that Shaykha Shazia wrote about me in March 2019. Why we must recapture the scholarly discourse from extreme bloggers like Daniel. So she goes on this rant blocks and blocks of text about those mean, extreme bloggers. Oh, you need to go to reliable sources like Yes Queen Institute and Akram Nadawi. Yeah, and oh, of course, Dawood Walid. You can't forget him. And Sherman Jackson. Yeah, those are real. Those are the ulama, the scholars. Can you imagine? Like, these people are constantly accusing me of not being a scholar, which I'm not. But they say, oh, you're ignorant. You're a jahil. No one knows you. You have no teachers. Meanwhile, they have like hundreds of fatwa written by people who just studied like a year and a half. They just studied a year and a half and then they went to college somewhere to do their masters at a non-Muslim university. Those are the shaykhas and the ustazas, and they're writing fatwa after fatwa, like just writing away. Oh, just non-stop writing the fatawa. But it's me who's ignorant, jahil. I kind of have a question about your standards. Actually, about what you consider to be scholarship. I have questions about who you consider to be qualified. Just a few questions, just a few. Okay. That's our show, guys. That's our show. That is Tweaker's Misguidance. Are there any other funny names that I missed? Guys, let's see if we can get better than Tweaker's Misguidance. That's pretty good. The best is Yes Queen Simstitute. Yes Queer Simstitute. That's a good one. But anything else, like we need more names. So again, I repeat, these were the highlights. There are other wrong things on that site, but I think we went over enough to cancel them. Cancel them permanently. Let me check your super chats. And I'm going to look at your comments too. Let me do super chats first. And then if you have a comment, save it until I finish the super chats, because I want to read all your stuff. Okay. Daniel, will you cover Marcellus Williams' death? No, I haven't read about it. I'll look into it, inshallah. Money equal Daniel notice me. Yeah, that's true. That's what the super chat is. If you pay money, I'll more immediately notice you. There's like 60 chats per second. So that's the whole point of a super chat. Raldi, appreciate it. Daniel, you have to look up Pledging Allegiance to U.S. Seekers Guidance. It's the worst one of them by far. It's a very short read. Okay, you're shaming me into looking it up. You're appealing to my sense of curiosity. Let me pull it up. Just give me a second. Pledging Allegiance to the U.S. Okay. This better be good. I don't see it. Oh, pledging allegiance to gain citizenship. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, this is from 2018. If pledging allegiance to a non-Muslim country in order to gain citizenship is a form of shirk. I have a question regarding the pledging allegiance to U.S. to get citizenship. I live in the U.S. with my parents. My dad wanted me to get citizenship after he got his. I did not want to get the U.S. citizenship since I assumed it to be shirk today. I got my citizenship. Now my question is, it shirk to pledge allegiance to a non-Muslim state to bear arms to protect it? I'd like to know the Hanafi view if possible. Okay. It is not shirk to pledge allegiance to the U.S. Rather, it could be a praiseworthy act of worship with the right intention. What is shirk? Shirk, in short, is affirming the existence of multiple gods, saying Allah is made up of multiple gods, worshiping another with the intention of getting something from Allah through him, thinking that causes bring about effects independent of Allah, showing off in acts of worship. The first four take one outside the fold of Islam, and the last one is an enormity from which one must repent and not something that takes one out of Islam. Please take the time to study the essentials of Islamic belief. Okay, merely living in a non-Muslim country, bearing its nationality, or eating its national dish does not entail shirk, nor does voting. Whilst we are on the matter, all of these matters are permissible, provided one is able to perform one's obligatory religious duties, and there is no real palpable danger to one's faith or that of dependence. Defending your home country from an aggressor would be obligatory whenever you lived, wherever you lived, if the need arose. Pledging to do this does not take one out of Islam. Making a firm intention to live by Islam and show its beauty to Muslims and non-Muslims. I disagree with some of this, but it depends on what pledging allegiance means. If it means like you're going to abide by the laws, then this is like a kind of visa that you have to get to go to any country, to be a resident of a country. Like you have to get permission. Non-Muslims that come to Muslim lands, they have to get a visa, which is basically a contract that you're going to promise or pledge not to violate the laws. So this is something ubiquitous, past and present. Traveling between countries, residing in different countries, there are agreements required, and you have to make a pledge, like you have to make a promise. Is this shirk? No. Not now. If you mean pledging your undying allegiance to the flag, and like you're going to sacrifice yourself for the ideals of the American dream, like if it's something that metaphysical and emotional, and then yeah, that becomes problematic. Celebrating their holidays, for example, that becomes problematic. Voting, I've already explained why that can be problematic. But I acknowledge that on the voting issue, there can be some Ikhtilaf, and there are other scholars. I don't think they're correct, but you can't say that they are without authority or merit. So you see, I'm a balanced person. Like I'm not just out here to trash Seeker's guidance and say everything that they're saying is wrong. I am consistent. I'm consistent, and that's why, inshallah, you can trust me. You can trust what I'm telling you and talking to you about. If my intention was just to trash everything that they did, I'd try to find every excuse to say, oh, this is, get a load of these guys. They're saying Pledge of Allegiance to America is not shirk. Like, well, we have to be fair. We have to be honest. We have to be principled, even if we don't agree within the realm of acceptable ikhtilaf. The things that I'm calling out go beyond what anyone finds acceptable. And I challenge any scholar to come and prove to me some of these points. Like, oh, you can just terminate your pregnancy because the father is low class without his permission, without nothing. Yeah, just terminate up to 4 months, like into the second trimester. There's no problem with that. Yes, please. I want to see, like, put your money where your mouth is. If you disagree that there is ikhtilaf on this, okay, prove it. Clearly, Seeker's guidance didn't prove it. They didn't put any dalil to justify that. So I'm fair. You have to acknowledge that. I'm fair with my critique of any of these people. Like, if they weren't so far gone, if they weren't so extreme in the kind of RANT Islam that they're propagating, there would be no need for someone like me to come and make jokes about them and condemn them and call them names and call them deviant and like mock the names of their institutions. Like, there would be no need. But it's because they're just like, you think I care? Like, I'm not here writing PDF refutations on, some issue from 1,000 years ago that has been debated endlessly for literally 1,000 years. You think I want to sit and write a PDF refutation of this group and that group from 1,000 years ago? Some people like to do that. They're academics. They can go and debate and have fun. Knock yourself out. The issues that I'm talking about are things that are happening now. deviance that's now being created and being pushed and threatens the future of the ummah with liberalism, liberalization, these fatwa sites as a tool of RAND and the US government with their agents like Ingrid Mattson or Khalid Latif or whatever. These are real issues. These are real issues that are impacting the ummah in a very significant way. That's what I like to talk about because it's necessary. So I try to be fair. Okay, Muhammad says, another epic episode, mashallah. I'm 5 hours late starting now. Thank you, brother Daniel, for educating us. Wa iyakum. May Allah reward you. Let's see. When these women try to use emotional blackmail to leave Islam, we should call their bluff out and tell them, go on then, and let's see if they do leave. Just don't tell them to go on because you want to be very safe and don't encourage someone to commit kufr. But like if they're just, it's like literally emotional blackmail. I mean, you say, sorry, I'm not going to change the deen of Islam. Like if you don't like Islam as it is, as it's been revealed, like that's not our problem. That's not our problem. If you make whatever choice you want to make, you're going to be accountable for it before Allah. Allah's not going to judge me and say, oh, Daniel, why didn't you change Islam to prevent, Lucy here from leaving? Allah's not going to ask me that question. He's going to ask you, Lucy, why did you leave Islam? Because you weren't satisfied with hijab, or you like gender segregation didn't meet your standards. Or polygamy didn't meet your standards, so you left. Like, that's not on me. But yeah, don't say go on then. Don't just avoid that, because then that can be taken as encouraging someone to commit kufr. So you shouldn't do that. But as for mockery of these agents, then yes. Brother Andraz, appreciate you. Jazakallah khair for your generosity as always. A longtime supporter of the channel. This is Watermelon is supporting. I appreciate that. Slave Allah, I guess, is a follow-up comment. Praiseworthy act of worship is a stretch. Yeah. Yeah, it could be a stretch. Like it's a little bit cringe. A little bit. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Let's see. Okay, now I'm looking at the regular chat. So people who didn't want to give a super chat, but they still have comments. I want to read them, but it's just more difficult because there is a lot of them. Mr. Egypt says Islam is perfect. Right on, brother. Daniel looks like a wrestler. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I am a wrestler. I mean, not really. I did some wrestling in high school, not even with the school team, for like a month. Learned some basic moves and forgot them all. So I guess I am a wrestler in that sense. Let's see. I like the haircut. Appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. I have a really good barber, mashallah. Let's see. I would have been a bully in my Jahiliyyah days. I can see you roasting your friends. No, I was a very kind, compassionate, gentle. Any debates planned? Yeah, inshallah, Monday I'm debating this white nationalist identitarian. It's going to be on Sneeko's channel. So check that out. It'll be a good debate. Daniel's the best on YouTube. Appreciate it, brother. Jazakallah khair. Let's see. My voice is cutting out. Thanks for destroying the simps, Daniel. You're welcome. It's what I do. It's my job. Oh, is my voice not good? Seems fine on my end. Okay, going to some of your older chat comments. She slipped on a banana peel 17 times. It was an honest mistake, I promise. Oh, you guys are mean. You guys are the real bullies. I'm a gentle soul. I'm a gentle, compassionate soul compared to you guys. Oh, man. Imagine the guy said, I accidentally committed zina a dozen times with my maid because she manipulated me. But as long as you say you didn't love her, as long as you didn't love that maid, then it's okay. You're the victim. What else you guys say? It's crazy how they infantilize literal grown women. Why do we mock her? I mean, she can really have been abused in this case. I don't get it. Okay, I don't know how you don't get it, but yeah, she could have been abused. Like if that teacher like locked her in a room and like chained her to the radiator and like engaged in assault on an ongoing basis 17 times, then yeah, I'd say she's been coerced and that's abuse and that's wrong. But she's not responsible for that, but that's not the situation. No, she wasn't a temptress. She wasn't. Oh, man. It's like buying a car with mileage reset. Yeah, if she's lying about her past. Oh, if you reset the mileage of your car, that's a sin. Don't tell, the buyer that you reset the mileage. That's confessing your sins. Seeker's guidance logic right there. What else? Yeah, you can't lie when the sin violates the rights of others. In this case, lying about your past violates the rights of the husband and children, which is haram. Exactly right. Is Islam pro-choice? No. Absolutely not. Islam is pro-life, pro-babies. Islam is pro-beautiful babies. The joy, some of the best joy that you'll ever experience in this dunya is from your babies. And these people want to kill them. Islam is pro-baby. Okay, you guys have just win after win in the comments here, so I can't read them all. There's just so many. Let's see. Sheikh Nuh Keller is correct about evolution. Yes, I agree. Yeah, these are all great comments. I appreciate all you guys. Wait, I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay, yeah. About Islam being pro-choice. Yeah, W-Chat. Really appreciate all you brothers and sisters. Sisters are contributing a lot, mashallah. And we appreciate the righteous sisters, and we never mock righteous sisters. Remember that. And sometimes you have red pill, and you have red pill rage, and they get this rage against sisters. That's not what we're about. There are so many good Muslimat, and they are righteous, and they're really preserving the deen. Why? Because they're preserving themselves, like their chastity. That's preserving the deen, by the way. They're preserving their modesty. They're preserving hijab. They're preserving the rights of their husband. They're preserving their children. They're raising their children. So they're preserving the deen in so many ways. And they're going to be given the choice to enter Jannah through any gate that they wish. Any gate. Imagine that. They have the choice. They can select. Why? Others, they don't have the choice. Others don't have the choice. Maybe you can, if Allah allows and Allah blesses us, may Allah make us all Ahlul Jannah. Okay, here's the gate for fasting. Here's the gate for prayer. Here's the gate for jihad, for example. But for these sisters, these wives who their husbands are pleased with them, any gate is open for these women. So many of them are Ahlul Jannah. And they're going through all this difficulty. Why? Because of all of this feminism. They're facing all of this corruption and they're targeting women specifically. So we have to support our Muslim women and we have to protect them and we have to care for them and we have to teach them what is correct in deen without distortion, without sugarcoating. I hope that's very clear. But feminists, no, we can mock them and we should shame them for their distortion of deen. Okay, guys, that is my long spiel, 5.5 hours. I hope you enjoyed it. Inshallah, there will be timestamps so you can go back. All of these pages have been archived, so I don't expect Seekers Guidance to own up to their mistakes. Like, one thing that they could do is immediately delete all of the articles from Shazia, Ahmed, and Ra'ida. Like, most of the problem stuff was from those two. There are others, but they're the worst offenders. Just like mass delete all of their stuff. And then that'll go a long way. And then put a disclaimer right on the site, on the homepage of Seekers Guidance. If you have read any fatwa, any answer from these women checked and approved by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani, disregard, or go and find other, confirmation of what you read, because you may have been misguided with this fatwa from 8, 9, 10 years ago. So that's what Seekers Guidance should do, but we'll see. We'll see what they do. Tweakers misguidance. I like that. Okay, Jazakallah khairan, everyone. We will catch you on the next episode. Hopefully a shorter one, but just as interesting and exciting. Bi-idhnillah, if Allah wills, if we're alive. May Allah preserve all of the believers and guide us to the straight path and protect us from all deviance and from the whisperings of shaitan and from our own nafs, our own ego. May Allah protect us and give us true ikhlas, true sincerity, so that we can worship Allah without partner. And may He accept from us so that we will be Ahlul Jannah. Ameen Ya Rabbil Alameen. I will catch you all on the next one, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.